Everybody, welcome back. Frigid here as always. Continuing on with Limbus Company. I should be able to just... Yeah. That's what I thought. Suppress the dungeon boss. That doesn't seem like all that much of an extra objective to me. Suffice to say, I'm a little concerned by that. Pardon me. Just slashing, huh? Yeah, most of them do slashing.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
Okay. I don't know if there might have been other voiceover options. Like, maybe in English. Oh well. Another veteran appeared in the dark, carrying a depressed aura. His sparkling old badge seemed to signify a high rank once held. Manager Gregor? I think I remember that face of yours. Why? I was the head manager of your team. Not only did you desert us, you now have the audacity to take the lives of your old comrades. My subordinates. Look, the war ended a decade ago. I guess some folks have gotten... hello there. Denial, I'm guessing, is... I guess that's what and how your screen name is supposed to be pronounced. Although I suppose calling me the beginner polls, like as part of the tutorial, yes, I did a few other polls too yesterday. I'll show you some of the identities that I got in a bit. The war ended a decade ago, but I guess some folks still haven't let go of their obsolete ranks, huh? Ended? Nothing has ended. Nothing has ended, damn it. The war may have been over for you when you deserted G-Corps, but we're fighting for our lives on the battlefield to this day. As much as I didn't want to relate to you in this way, I'm not really that different here. And you ought to understand, Gregor. The Bunny Faust? Oh, you mean the Adept Faust? I thought that wasn't available yet. Because I think it said like that it wasn't available until the 29th. I'll have to double check. There's only one verdict that awaits deserters. I say that like it means something. But it's against company policy to carry out a summary execution for personal revenge, my head manager. Okay. So you can see some of the identities that I've got.
서류는 다 제출했을 텐데 무슨 일이신가요?
Oh, I also got, what was it? The Priest of La Mancha Land identity for Gregor as well. I don't have a whole lot of gloom. Let's see. There we go.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지. 기다려.
예상 못했나 봐.
Oh, what's this? One bleed at a 50% chance. Okay. We're not gonna linger long, but nonetheless, I wish you the best of luck pulling for her. She's amazing. Well, one thing I do know about some gacha games, primarily from my experience playing Battle Cats, yeah, you do need a lot of luck when doing pulls. ain't no two ways about it. Okay, already gotten his. Yeah. Well, the gacha is generous. I have been able to pick up on how the gacha is generous in when it comes to getting the currency for the gacha pulls, as well as being able to recycle them. But even so, when trying to get what you want, it still does take a bit of luck. Derp. No, I don't think I've seen his. Or hers. Oh, wait. Ah. Oh well.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
Ew.
이 팀의 제 뒤로.
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
Huh? But I'm still left? Rupture, bind, atrophied. Gain 2 attack power down. Okay. Free lust. Oh wait, let's check in hers. I needed 2, okay.
너냐? 위험 인물 해제.
Oh, thanks for the follow, Denial. See, perhaps the time this ex-soldier spent off the battlefield was long enough to rust his prowess. The head manager who must have defeated countless enemies in his glory days was now wearing his own end. Or is now nearing his own end.
한때는 널 존경하는 자들도 있었지. 그레고르.
You were once well-respected, Gregor.
존경해달라고 부탁한 적은 없었어.
I never really asked for respect.
더 이상은 전진하지 마라.
Don't pursue any further.
그곳은
Only hell awaits you.
미안하지만 그러기는
Sorry, but I don't think I can follow your advice. I had to be a go-getter if I don't want to be fired. Have you abandoned your honor for some pittance?
배저녁에 훈장이란
I sold that away long ago, right with my metal. Landlord couldn't wait for rent any longer. Bitter smile appeared on the head manager's face. You're no different from us.
결국
The end where
역겨운
nothing but disgusting pests. He took a few more shallow breaths, then ceased to move. Hey, might I borrow a cig? Just this once. Gerger put the borrowed cigarette next to the one he already held in his mouth, then lit it and tossed it on the chest of the deceased commander.
미안.
Sorry, didn't want to share mine with that thing. Yoshu gave a snort, and the smoke from Gerger's cigarette lingered with the prevailing silence in the air for a while. I get the feeling this is a bit of a Morton's fork. Let's see, so that's Sloth and Gloom? No. Ah, don't remember. Yeah, it's the same darn thing either way. Well, I'm kind of screwed here. Don't have a whole lot of options. At least good ones.
규정이라면 따르겠습니다.
이곳부터는 폐장병들이 머물렀던 흔적조차 보이지 않네요.
There appear to be no more signs of the ex-soldiers from this point onward.
더 이상 전진은 하지 말라고도 경고하던데.
Raider did warn us not to go further. As we proceeded, we discovered bodies that seem to have been there for quite some time. These are Elcor's employees. I see traces of blunt instruments. The bodies share them, in fact. The management report. This document contains instruments for keeping abnormalities in check. Normally, employees test and cater to abnormalities, memorize the instructions to the point of reciting them flawlessly. They don't usually carry notes like these. They suspect that no remaining employees had the necessary information when an abnormality reached. If the eggs weren't moved into containment yet, that could be the case. There are way too many corpses here. What kind of abnormality could have massacred all these employees? Oh, there's plenty!
이게 무슨 냄새죠?
이번에 사무실에서 비싼 장비를 하나 장만했죠.
See, our office purchased an expensive device the other day.
너 뭐라는 거냐?
What are you on about?
특정 층부터는 독성.
Sources suggest that toxin levels started to rise after a certain floor. I've been bleeding from my ears a bit. Is this okay?
지속 노출되면 신체에서 지속적으로
Yeah. I was told that continued exposure to it may cause bleeding like that. Are you so fine though? This is the anti-abnormality gas grenade supplied to employees. One must have got off somewhere between the bodies here. True, the toxicity levels do appear to be intense around this area. Hopkins had put on a gas mask before we noticed. Hey now, what about us? You weren't granted any additional supplies. You slept with that. You know all this time? Not getting away with it. Ugh. Heathcliff stopped mid-sentence and fell to one knee. Your blood flow will quicken if you're agitated. In other words, the toxin will spread faster. Try to remain calm, minimize movement, breathe at regular intervals. Hopkins, why didn't you tell me about this? Oh, I've got a question for you too, Yuri. Why would I make our office waste our precious funds on expensive gadgets for deadweight like you to use? If we're being real, it's a miracle that you managed to join us in the first place. Maybe Arya took pity and gave you special treatment, but she's gone now, so who cares? Sneaky blighter, that's how you want to live. Don't be silly. Everything's fair game for a fixer.
붉은 시선님이 데리고
Hearing that the Red Gaze had company tickled my curiosity, but as it turns out,
제대로 된 도구나
you're just a bunch of ragtag lunatics who thought it'd be a good idea to walk straight into those facilities with zero prep. What a sick joke. Can't do anything but watch. Feeling the ire towards him, Hopkins backed away and scurried to the exit.
덕분에 엔캡
Well, at least I managed to grab an armful of enkephalin thanks to you.
창피할 테니까
I'll write in my report that you all went missing, because suffocated to death is just too embarrassing.
그럼
Ta-ta. Yuri slumped to the floor, watching blood pour from her nose to her hands. But she's not the only one. Odia, Heathcliff, and the other sinners are suffering from blood loss too. Gregor?
유품이나 챙겨주려고 들고
I
왔다.
took this with me so you could have something to remember her by. He's holding the same type of gas mask as the one Hopkins wore. But why?
아야씨가
Heard I gave you special treatment, didn't she?
해주려고 했었다면서.
This is as good as yours then.
보고도 없이 기어들어.
As for an unprepared band of lunatics, we do have a way out. Don't worry about us. Coughing up blood, Yuri put on the mask.
알고 있어.
I know, he's right.
밤낮 없이
I know earning recognition from an office of strangers is a hard thing to do, even if I take on all kinds of errands day and night.
지부가 폐쇄될 때까지 남은 시간은
There are only 3 minutes left until the branch is locked down. Initiating site burial.
앞에서 너무 다쳐가고 있었어요.
The doors are about to close on me. Yuri, don't leave it behind! Yuri!
난 도대체 어쩌라는 거예요?
What else am I supposed to do?
살아남은 게 죄인가?
Was it so wrong that I survived?
동료들이랑 같이
Should I have been buried alive alongside my coworkers?
환생체들이 도수를
The whole building was going under, and also the abnormalities would escape? It is a sin.
이곳에선
At least down here.
그 말은 좀 아프네요.
That stings a little, Gregor. Standing astounded, I snapped back to reality and checked on the sinners. Half of them had already passed away on the floor, and Ishmael's head drooped just after she said her last words. Sin. But
그러면
so what, buddy?
계속
You got to live on like it's nobody's business. Any guilt on yourself over spilt milk will wear your heart out. Gregor drawing his last breath, Yuri and I became the only surviving members standing in the area. Don't worry too much about us. I can take them back. I can take them back there and revive them. I knew mechanical ticking was all Yuri could hear, but I did my best to communicate my message to her nonetheless. I know. Yuri ended the conversation with not a word after. After a long period of awkward gloom, the toxic gas finally dispersed.
이제 괜찮은 것 같네요.
Looks like it's okay now. Hmm? Oh yeah.
도울게요. 가서 빨리 살리고 오죠.
I'll give you a hint. Let's go bring your people back to life. Saying that, Yuri took the gas mask off and calmly carried the sinners on her shoulders, one by one. Not sure what to say for her, remained quiet. Okay. Oh yeah, I've seen that one. Not sure about that one. It's about that design really bugs me. Nah. What the heck? Okay, I know what the heck was going on there. There you go.
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
Rocinante.
당연한 결과죠.
Wasn't Rocinante the name of one of Don Quixote do Flamingo's subordinates? Pretty sure it was, but I'm having trouble remembering exactly which subordinate that was. Yeah, maybe some other time. There we go.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
당연한 결과죠.
Hmm? Okay, so I guess it's an event, but why does it have an exclamation point with it? Yeah. Would this abnormality responsible for killing all the employees?
아니에요. 아마 제 짐작이 맞다.
I doubt that, if my guess is right.
선방을 주시하십시오, 관리자님.
Keep your eyes ahead, manager. There's another one of them. A humanoid being wearing the head of a statue was sitting against the wall.
안녕. 너희도 제비뽑기를 하러 왔니?
Are you here to draw your lot?
사원증을
Gather all your IDs
모아서 주면
and give them to me.
당첨자를 고르는 거야.
Then we'll find the winner. Its hand was barely grasping onto the strap of an employee ID card. Alex was the name written on it.
알렉스.
제정신이 아닌데.
Gone nuts, hasn't she?
탈은 뭐야?
What's that babble about winners?
어떤 환상체들은
Some abnormalities demanded regular offerings as part of their managerial guidelines.
그쪽으로 가면 안
You shouldn't go that way.
그것들이
They will find you.
그리고 결국
And the offering happened, didn't it?
네가 뽑을
It's your turn
차례야.
to draw. Offering?
인신 공양을 하지 않으면
What happens if no human sacrifice is made?
그건 몰라요.
We never found out. We followed every procedure without fail.
탈출해서 닥치는
I
대로
guess
사람을
escaped and
죽이고
started killing people left and right. That abnormality must have been one spineless bugger. Does it thwack victims in the back of the head?
그게 무슨
What?
말이에요?
Do you mean?
단체로 눈이 삐기라도
She'll get jabbed in the eyes or what? Those wounds were clearly left by humans. You can tell that they were beating the shite out of each other.
그 등신들은
Those thickos killed each other to fight.
왜
But
그런 건데요?
for what reason?
뻔하지.
It's Claire's day.
누가 무너지고 한동안은 어떻게든 살아남을 거라 생각했을 거야.
Probably figured they could survive a while even after the branch was buried.
꾸준히 사람을
Keep
바치고
offering folks from
않으면
time to time. The rest might get rescued one day.
제비 뽑기로 몇 달은 버텼겠지.
Guess they kept the odds going for a few months. It's the safest way. They had to keep the thing in check.
근데
Problem though, you think the one picked as the fall guy would gladly accept his fate?
내가 죽을 바엔 눈앞에 있는 놈.
If I was the one, I'd rather strangle the bloke next to me.
그럼 적어도
Better them than me. Ain't that right?
뭐 그렇게 흘러갔겠지.
The rest is history, I bet.
그러다 마지막으로
The last
살아남아서
survivor put on
그들과
the stone
같은
mask
세상을
belonging to the
뒤집어
statue
쓰고
heads,
인신 공양을 피할 수
believing that it'll
있을
save her
거라고
from
생각해.
being sacrificed.
그럴 리가 없어요.
That can't be.
알렉스는
Alex wouldn't kill others just so she could live.
그걸 네가 어떻게 알아?
I didn't know that. You can't even be sure if that's actually Alex or not.
않잖아.
한 가지 조언을 해줄까?
Let me give you a tip.
그들이 직접
You'll be much better off
자네
going on your own
직접
foot
걸어가는 편이
before they come take you.
이만 떠나지. 이제는
Let's be on our way. This person will perish before long. While everyone else moved along, Yuri remained in place and continued to stare down the statue-clad individual. It wasn't your fault. You know it's not, right?
날 두고 가.
Leave me behind, Yuri. Please leave me.
날 두고
Time to go. Let's see. They're rummaging through the corpses looking for something. Relentless demands for an offering ringing the ears. They look like they might jump on us at any second. See a dying person nearby, gasping for air. Should you offer this person up, or... Oh, hello, Nixa. Let's see. Don't offer a person. Offer a sinner. Bring it. Guess he's on Twitch, but different username. I guess that's you, Nixa. Angered by your inaction, the clay dolls attacked you. Combat encounter. Win the next battle to obtain ego gift bloodied mask of a devotee. Bring it! Let's see. Lust and... Pretty sure that's... Gloom. They're basically with actually being part of a staff team of a fan game of Pokemon. Well... But it's nice to see it, thanks. Although with the fan game of Pokemon, if you can, it'd probably be a good idea to try to have it be kind of its own thing instead of being a pretty straight Pokemon game. You know how Game Freak and Nintendo get about copyright and that sort of thing. I don't even went so far as to file some BS patents to try and protect Pokemon from Palworld. Sheesh. Not sure how much it would help Pocket Pair, but I think they should try and challenge. Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, I'm not sure how much it would actually help Pocket Pair, but I think they should try and challenge Nintendo in the US using the Trustbuster laws, because there's no way in... I mean, I'm pretty sure there's no way in hell trying to pull that kind of crap would fly with the Trustbuster laws. Of course, then again, only one of the patents that Nintendo filed for that got accepted in the US. Pokerogue? Can't say I have. Oh, Balustra Fence. Yeah, definitely fencing. Kind of got pretty popular some time ago, which big streamers kind of played it at least once or a few times. Okay. Oh, thanks for the bit. Yeah, as you can see, that's the first bit I've ever gotten. But every bit counts. Alright. Yeah. Try to stack some Rupture. It should come in handy. Or should prove useful. Useful, effective, whichever. No, sheet folks bleed, that's right. Tremor. Sounds tricky to activate. Not impossible though. Oh. That's probably gonna be a bit more useful. Oh. Okay, there we go.
나의 상대는 어디 있는가?
First of preps menu, who knows? No! I'm not gonna be giving this up anytime soon, so so it probably will be the first of many. Yeah, roll with that.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
I know what this is about. Okay. What does that do? Ah, okay. I wonder why it is that sometimes only one skill is available on a given round.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
늘 새롭다니까요.
Let's see. All allies gain +5 offense level and +5 defense level. Nice! Critical abnormality block. Yeah, boy. Envy, that's what it is. Okay.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
Doomsday Calendar. Gee, I wonder what that's supposed to be. Oh, yeah.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
승리했어.
무슨 일인가요, 관리자님?
Hey.
행동을 개시합니다.
깔끔하게 물었군.
It seems to want something, but what should we do? But what should we give?
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
I don't like the looks of that. They look like they're flaming. Oh, burning clay doll. That would explain why they seem to be on fire. I'm gonna tilt at this windmill.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Okay, maybe that wasn't all the best idea. The heart of the abnormality is wearing everyone down. We'll have to make an offering to claim its wrath.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
늘 새롭다니까요.
Let's see, to weaken the flame, you need cool water. Since we aren't carrying any buckets of water, we should offer up someone cool instead. He gave a living clay doll as tribute. The flame shrunk to a flicker. Frenzy of Doomsday clock. Frenzy of Doomsday calendar expired. You sense a dangerous glow. Okay, now I need to burst this thing down. Fast!
할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
이 층에는 유독 구더기들이 많이 보이네.
Floor is clogged with maggots. These bugs aren't so bad after the last floor's abnormality. Don't want anything like that ever again.
그거 그레기 들으면 기뻐하겠다.
Sure, Greg would be glad to hear that. Aren't you, Buggy Buddy? But Gregor wasn't paying attention to Rodya.
아들 아까부터
Don't you all hear something?
소리라면 계속 들렸잖아.
We've been hearing a constant growl. Rodya, are you really that hungry at a time like this?
그런 건 모르는
Hey, you're supposed to let that kind of stuff slide. Please, girl? No, not that. It's like
마치
the first time on the expedition, Gregor walked ahead of the group and opened the door next to him as if by some compulsion.
잠깐, 거긴 환상체 격리실.
Wait, that's a containment unit! It's like that time. No, the door was already open. Gregor gazed into the shower of golden light pouring from the room. Gregor,
우리 시간 여행이라도
did
하고
we
갈까요?
travel back in time? I see an overcast sky. Cries and screams twist and ring out at a distance. And in that sky, gunfire and artillery create a cacophony.
딱 보면 모르는가.
Isn't it clear? Isn't it clear enough? This is a battlefield. The heart of it.
이건
Am I dreaming? Or a nightmare? Why here again?
그러니까 왜 전장 한복판에
Why the hell are we in a bloody battlefield? Is this a trap or something?
아니요.
No,
길을 잘 찾은 것
we're
같고
on the right track.
멀지 않은 곳에
The essence of the technology we're looking for is not far from here.
황금가지요?
You mean the golden bow?
네.
Correct. Do you recognize when this was?
눈이라는 게 있다면
Anyone with functioning eyes would know at a glance. I actually don't. I confessed.
관리자님은
It's obvious that you wouldn't recognize this manager. You don't have eyes that fit in conventional definitions. Not to mention he's missing some memories.
그걸 변명이라고 하나요?
Was that the best excuse you have? Otis cleared her throat as if to mask her embarrassment, then turned her narrow gaze to the battlefield.
소속을 과시하는 듯한 형형색색 촌스러운 깃발들이 나부끼는 걸로 봐서
Judging from the colorful wave of garish flags showing off the factions in play,
연기 전쟁이 발발한
this is at least 70 days into the smoke war.
입니다, 관리자님.
This concludes briefing, Manager. Suddenly, there's a strong tug at Heathcliff's coat from behind.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피해.
Are you out of your minds? You need shelter now! You'll age rapidly if exposed to that bomb's blast.
엽투소 직원들은
The outpost next to ours turned into a nursing home. They can't even walk without sticks.
대체 이 자식은
Who the
누군데?
hell are you and why do you act like you know us?
그레고로 과장님 고생 많으십니다.
Oh, Manager Gregor, my respects, sir. The bandaged man snapped to attention and saluted Gregor as soon as he saw him.
저를 모르시겠죠? 생체 관리팀 토마입니다.
You wouldn't recognize me, sir. I'm Toma from Biomimetics Maintenance.
선발 대열에 계신
I
줄
thought you were part of the front
후방에
unit.
있었을
Didn't
줄은
expect to find you here at the back.
합류를 해야 하는 거면
Are you on your way to
제가
the
도와드릴까요?
front? I could help you get there. Get there since the augmentation of my legs allows me to jump.
말만
Blech,
들어도
that's gross. Toma looked at Rodya with suspicion.
당신 방금
You-
무슨 말을?
What did you just?
아, 토마.
Hey, Toma. So you're an assistant manager or regular staff?
네. 2등 사원입니다.
Sir, yes, sir. I'm an assistant private, sir.
이쪽은 아직 시술된 지
You
얼마
see,
안 된
she's a new hire who had her procedure not too long ago, so still getting over the confusion, you know. I'll give her a good talking to.
그렇군요.
Ah, I get it. All corporations must be getting desperate, sending unprepared employees to battle.
아, 미안해. 미안하네.
Yeah, we're sorry for the trouble. I've got to take her somewhere real quick. Gregor practically yanked himself out of the conversation and hurriedly walked to Faust.
어떻게 된 거지, 파우스트 씨? 이건
Just what's going on, Faust? These are
내 기억이잖아.
my memories.
정확히는 신도예요.
Or in the fathoms of your ego, to be precise.
당신의 마음속에 나 있는
An open path in your psyche. In other words,
뿌리가
we've entered your heart and mind, Gregor. And everybody's healed up. Good. Go for that one.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
I had to work out how I could build up SP better.
토할 것 같아요. 눈앞의 것들이 모조리 일렁이고 있어서.
심압이 높아지고
It
있는
would
것
appear that
같아요.
psychogenic pressure is rising,
하지만
but you should be fine.
불안한 악몽을 꾸었던 적이 있었던
I think I once had an unsettling nightmare. Maybe I'm still in one, even now.
있고 이 공간에 존재하는 색이라고는 단 두 개.
In this dream, there are only two colors in the room where I stand.
벽을 온통 뒤덮은
The
청색.
blue covering every wall, and the dangling dot of red.
그리고
I know how to get out of here too.
방법에 대해 알고 팔을 뻗어
All I had to do was stretch out my arm and cut the hanging apple.
검색 가운 입은 자들은
The people in blue coats seem to think I failed to understand that.
하루에 몇 번씩 찾아와서
They'd come in several times a day and explain it to me over and over.
안타깝게도 내
Unfortunately for them, that wasn't the part I struggled to understand.
마침내 이야기를
When I finally gave up thinking about it, and the sliced apple fell to the floor,
닫혀있던 문이
the
열려
door was opened.
계기는 기억나지 않아.
I don't remember what drove me to do it.
정신적으로 너무
Maybe I was
지쳐
exhausted mentally,
그냥 체념하기로
or
결심했던 건지.
maybe I thought to resign myself to it.
어찌됐든
In either case,
악몽에서
I
벗어나고
do remember my
싶은
desire to
생각이었다.
break free from the nightmare.
드디어 해냈네.
I finally did it. I knew you could. This surgery was successful after all.
앞으로도 그렇게
You just have to keep it up. Chop up the apples in front of you. Simple, isn't it?
조각 내는 거야. 아, 맞다.
Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday.
네,
Okay.
포기와 체념을 통해 벗어나는
A nightmare I escaped through renunciation and resignation.
어느 날 아침
One day, as I woke from my unsettling dreams,
나는 한 마리 흉측한
I had found myself transformed into some hideous pest.
사과를 조각낸다.
I cut apples in half.
어떤 건 딱딱해
Some were hard, some crumbly, some were soft, some sappy.
과즙내가 퍼질 때마다
The sugary smell made me sick sometimes.
깨달은 건 언제였어?
At some point, I realized something.
꿈에서 깨어났다고
I thought I woke up from the dream,
나는 여전히
but I was still right in the middle of that nightmare.
행동을 개시합니다.
Alright. Yep, that sucks.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요. 위험 인물 해제.
비참가루긴.
Atrophied. Okay, so that's what it says.
너냐? 그래, 얘는 처리했고.
Should be noted that at one point in Metamorphosis, Gregor's father, or the character of Gregor Samsa in the book, his father had thrown apples to him to get him to go away.
전쟁터 한가운데.
Still in a battlefield.
아까랑 같은 장소는
It's the same place as before. There's something about it is different. There's a strong tug at Heathcliff's coat from behind.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피하라고. 저 폭탄에 노출되면 급격하게 노화가 돼.
You look a little off there, Toma.
옆둥지 직원들은 지금 전쟁이고 뭐고 지팡이 없이는 걷지도 못한다니까.
잠깐. 이제는
Hold on, isn't he the same guy we just...
하지만 너무 걱정하지 마. 그레고르님이 계시니까. 우리와 다르게 부작용도 적고.
He doesn't suffer side effects like the rest of us, and he can regenerate his arm too.
실력으로는 누구보다
He was operated by none other than Herman, our most skilled director.
그런 분이 후발 부대에
The
계시면
hero shouldn't be on the rear guard. I'll give you a ride.
뭔데?
What the hell? Get away from me! 4 pairs of wings emerged from his back, clicking and twitching.
왜 도망가세요?
Why are you running? You should raise his G-Corps banner and take the lead on the front lines. I never wanted any of this. Not the procedure nor the war.
앞장서서
Ugh. Toma's mouth opens unnaturally and a pair of long antennae begin to grow out from his face. Eek, we gotta fight them again? My stomach is gonna turn.
무슨 헛소리지?
What's that display of...
명령
what is
불복종자가
that?
되고 싶은 건가?
What is that display of weakness? Do you wish to be punished for insubordination? I think you should run here.
탁월한 계획입니다, 관사.
Next to the plane manager, you know what to strike and when to withdraw.
뭐 이런 녀석이 다 있어?
What the hell is her deal?
호텔은
Retreat is not an option.
이해가 되지 않아요.
I don't get it. I heard every employee under the corporation had modifications, but it can't have been this foul.
사실과는 다소
What we see here may differ from actual accounts.
그레고르 씨의 기억이
The
아닌
path was opened by Gregor's feelings rather than his memories.
마음속에서 아군들은 이런 모습으로 남아있었던 거군요.
This is how he felt his heart again about his
그
allies.
둥지에서 모든
Did all the employees in your wing receive the augmentation procedure?
대부분.
Most did.
다들 동의하에 집도되었던
Was it done with their consent? That's so...
회사 직원들은
Did the people in El Court consent to offering themselves up to abnormalities?
그건
That's...
그건
I heard that was written on the contract.
우린 알지
We
못했지만
were never properly informed, though. They said such routine procedures should be skipped for efficient management.
공포를
So we should face the fear.
그러니까
In the end, anyone who joined the corporation agreed to it, knowingly or not.
우리라고 달랐을까?
Can guess how it went for us then. You hear a faint voice. Please help. Do you follow the sound or... Please just kill me. It hurts too much. You can't ignore this person. He'll be ordered to bring this soldier to peace. Looks like it's sanity that's the determining factor. The soldier's life was delivered a coup de grace by the knife. The human rhythm that rose through the blade soon ceased. The soldiers eased into eternal rest. Shoddy dressing?
너무 칭찬하진 말아주세요.
All allies gain plus 10% maximum HP. Not bad.
요리 씨, 안 오긴 뭐해?
What's the delay, Yuri? Give me a second, please. The gas mask fell off my bag.
이젠 쓸모도 없을 텐데.
I don't see it serving any practical purpose now. You're only weighing yourself down.
아저씨,
I mean, it's
유품이잖아요.
as memento.
N사 소속도 아니면서.
You should indulge in the most pointless activity in the world, and you aren't even from N-Corp. Oh, you indulge in the most pointless activity in the world, and you aren't even from N-Corp.
반대로 묶어야 돼요.
Tie it the other way. Sorry?
매듭이요.
The knot. It'll come loose again if you tie it that way.
배에서 안 풀리게 묶던
There's a
방법이
sailor's knot I
있어요.
learned on the boat. I'll teach you how to do it back on the bus. Oh, thank you.
뭔데?
Nah, since when are you so friendly?
유리, 이렇게 된 거 림버스 컴퍼니 새 수감자로 합류는 어때?
Yuri, you know what? Why don't you join our company while you're at it?
제가요?
Me?
그건
That's...
알아.
I know. We need to get the okay from Virgilius or his superiors and all that. But little suggestion doesn't hurt.
글쎄요.
I wonder.
그리고
Plus, pink hair makes a perfect mascot to represent us. Come on, won't you give it some thought? Please.
마스코트요?
Mascot? Yuri made a smile for the first time, albeit faintly. Crap, what was it again? Gluttony, employee, or whatever this is. Gloom, that was it. Or lust and gloom.
명령에 따를게요. 효율적이라면.
전쟁은 끝났다.
The war was over.
하지만 난
Yet my doppelganger was still holding a silly pose with a confident look on his face. That's not the kind of face I'd make.
하지만
Though,
해나이는
gotta give it to him for making the hair on my arm look as grotesque as it is real. Whose job was this?
유머가 늘었다.
I've grown fond of humor.
악몽 속에 오래
Being consumed by the nightmare for so long must have made me crave liveliness. Those scum from G Corp should all be sent to the gallows.
누군가 중얼거리면서 바닥에
Someone murmurs, spitting on the floor.
목소리의 방향이 어디로
I could tell what they were speaking towards without even looking.
그래서였을까?
Knowing that,
속이
I felt nauseous.
저기요.
Sir,
괜찮으세요?
are you alright?
어이, 괜찮은 거야?
Hey, you okay, babe? You don't look so well. I was just in the subway.
무슨 개소리야?
The hell are you blathering about?
그래. 여긴
Greg,
여전히
we're still on the
전쟁터야.
battlefield. Gregor groped his pockets with stumbling hands, looking for a cigarette out of habit, but soon stopped. It dawned on him as it did me. All the sinners seemed to have realized it now. Tom was going to grab us and give a warning any second now. Are you?
토마 씨, 대사가 슬슬
Look, Tom, I'm starting to get sick of your pickup lines, so I'll say it once. We're not out of our minds, and the agent bomb ain't gonna hit us. No. Instead of elaborating, he points up. I need help. What's with those hands? They seem really out of place, especially with those nails. I don't want to die. Okay, that was freaky. Tom was crushed to a pulp before our very eyes. There's only one thing to say in a situation like this. Run! All troops retreat! Another bot on Kick. Why are there so many on Kick? We must have everything we can to run, but the airborne hand is ever persistent and shows no signs of letting up.
다 같이 군죽행이 되겠어. 대책 없어 똑똑한 양반.
Oh god, you get tired of pancakes! Got a bright idea, smart one! I'm listening. There are too many variables to consider the fathoms of the ego. I can't be hasty with my judgment.
고민할 것이 뭐가 있겠는가?
There's no cause for hesitation. A true hero succumbs to no hardships.
난 묵사발이 되어버린
I don't think I want to recover a flattened body.
미안
Oh,
다한테.
sorry, Dante. Didn't mean it that way. It was tempting to say something back to her, but I figured now was the time to keep my mouth shut so everyone could focus on running. Oh. Still thinking, are you? Eh? Well, are you Miss Knows It All?
당장의 해결책을 물어본
If you're asking for an immediate solution, then yes, I get to come up with
아직
one.
얻지 못해 확실한 건
The only thing I can say for certain is that our objective is not nearby. Dante would have responded strongly otherwise. Me?
장난해?
Are you joking? That's all you've got? Heathcliff furrowed his brows, ready to snap at the unhelpful savant. But a sudden close shave with the massive palm made him focus his energy on his legs rather than his mouth. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I have to tap there. Gregor?
뭐야?
Oh, hey, what? Why the holdup? I think I see now. If this world is a product of my mind. Gregor took a breather, then looked up at the sky. We shouldn't run away from that hand.
기어이 마탱이가
Did you
가버렸냐?
finally get the crackers or what?
그레고를 확실한
Gregor, are you sure? My own free will never played much of a role in my life. It only makes sense that resisting is meaningless in this reflection of my mind. In that case, letting the inevitable happen might be the answer.
진심이냐?
Are you all serious? It's not like there's any other way. We're all exhausted. Besides, look at that paint on its nails. You don't see that kind of polish just anywhere. If that hand belongs to who I think it does, she'll not stop chasing us. Faust, you said this is a path of my heart, right? I can tell you this for sure. It's about to hit a dead end. Be it the nightmare or the road, never once strayed from that woman's control. Who's Gregor talking about? What does he mean by a nightmare? As much as I wanted to ask him. Might as well. Soon enough, the giant hand cast its shadow over us, descending. Just before it reached us, it stopped to hold us in its grasp. Everything went dark. I felt a disorienting nausea of being lifted into the sky. While everyone else was suffering from it, Faust and I were the only ones standing straight. I noticed that the battlefield had changed into somewhere familiar. Miss Bina conversation poem. I don't remember Bina being much of a poet. Hey, welcome to the stream, Polyrum. Is that how it's pronounced? Oh, wait. Huh.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지. 기다려. 아직 안 끝났어. 뻔하지.
Alright. Alright, that should finish those two off.
하겠습니다.
나의 승리다. 가라앉는군요.
이제 끝내지.
아름답진 않네.
Okay, more than just those two.
따라갈 준비는 끝냈습니다.
자랑스러운 너. 깨달음은 괴롭지.
Less than 25% HP gain plus 1 clash power on a clash.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
깨달음은 괴롭지. 이제 끝내지. 해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요. 이제 끝내지.
Roll with it. Wrath and Sloth, huh?
규정이라면 따르겠습니다.
단테, 이 격리시라 여태까지 만난 것들과는 다른 느낌이 들지 않나요?
Dante, something about this containment unit seems different from the others, does it not? Yeah, it really does. What is this? Yes, that is most likely where we can find the abnormality in which the golden bough has taken root. We did manage to come this far, huh?
그레고르 씨,
Say, Gregor,
버스로 돌아가면
when we go back to the bus,
사람한테
can I
지도
teach
보는
Sharon
법을
how to use a map?
알려줄 수 있어요?
그래. 카론이 좋아할 거야.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm sure she'll like it.
그럴 리가요.
I doubt that. Sinclair shook his head, then dry rushed afterward. It's nice to have a place to go back to. It's even nicer to go back to it. Maybe the golden bough lies inside the apple? A good thing I got plenty of pride at my disposal. Oh, wait, no, that's what it's resistant to. My bad! So I gotta make it lose clashes when it uses that skill.
너냐? 너냐? 미친놈이군.
Getting rupture triggered by a critical hit from the target, lose 1 stack. When losing stacks due to this effect, okay. 1 offense level down, 1 defense level down 3 times per turn. When losing stacks due to this effect, if the stack drops 0, take gluttony damage equal to rupture potency. Heal 10 HP per count.
너냐?
적을 난파시켰습니다.
The apple's body broke and the raging fruit still grew. Could the golden bough really be in there? I'll go check it out, Yuri said to the others. The sinner with the bug's arm seems nervous about this. Does he want to go with her, perhaps? Let's see. You can't send Yuri out there alone. What sinner will be able to keep her safe? See, the fruit's cracked shell suddenly began to rattle as if it would jump at any moment. Gregor managed to escape, but it seems Yuri couldn't. The fruit's flesh melted to form a new body. Don't feel too guilty about it. 1 lost life is better than 2. The golden apple formed a new body. The abnormality devoured Yuri in 1 bite. She was gone without a trace. I could save the other sinners. There's nothing I can do about Yuri. Without a word, Gregor hacked and slashed away at the abnormality, as if he expected to find Yuri unscathed by slicing the apple open.
어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고.
The heck? I was supposed to be doing pretty well for those clashes. Why were they losing?
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
예상 못했나봐.
Immobilized. Good, good. Let the pain flow through you. Wait, what?
너냐?
재밌는 순간이에요. 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
바람이군요.
Ugh. Massive maggots falls apart in a hail of silent screams. Beyond that, I see a wave of radiant golden light. Is that the golden bough? Just as I begin to approach it, the apple begins to tremble.
저 혹시 림버스 컴퍼니에서 오신 분들 맞나?
Yuri, you're okay? Even though I had clearly seen it devour her, I couldn't stop myself from asking.
버스로 돌아가면 카론한테 알려줘도 될까요?
Then I saw a glimpse of the pink locks of hair that Rhodia took a liking to. Yuri's head stood motionless, facing Gregor. Her face was upright. However, the Yuri we knew and accompanied was always hunched over. She slouched at all times, as though it was her sole surviving obligation to carry the wills of her late colleagues. Given that, I can warn him with confidence. That isn't Yuri, Gregor. Yeah, I think you're right. Gregor accepts it calmly. He then outstretches his arm, sending it flying toward Yuri. Yet, it soon stops traveling.
죽고 싶지 않았어요.
I didn't want to die. Cut her down, Gregor. I don't know if this is the right thing to do as the manager.
그 누구도
None of us wanted to
죽고 싶어
die,
하진 않았어요.
but I had to shout at Gregor now to stop him from being ruined. Cut it now!
죽기 싫어요.
This is... The verminous arm stopped right before reaching the civilian's throat. Pulled against it with all my might, but it wouldn't budge. Let the woman go, otherwise I'll stop you by force. My arm! Cut off the arm, now! This is your final warning. Release her now or... Just do it! As the dismembered arm falls to the ground, she slides down the wall, gasping. However, peace doesn't last long. The arm starts regenerating from its twitching stump. Are you alright, sir? No! Stay away from me! Don't come any closer! The regrown arm rushes forward as if it remembered the pain it suffered mere moments ago.
그레고로 과장님, 항상 존경하고 있습니다.
존경하지 마.
You really shouldn't.
내가 원해서 참전한 것도
I didn't fight in the war because I wanted to.
그럼 난 도대체 어쩌라는 거예요?
What else am I supposed to do?
살아남은 게 죄예요?
Is it wrong that I survived?
살아가 제발.
Just live on, please. It's not like we got ourselves into this mess voluntarily.
끝에 끝에서
Having come to this end, only to be stopped just before your labor bears fruit. How regrettable.
뭐 우리야 좋지.
Well, we'll take it. Opportunities left unclaimed will only become null and void. Yuri's head fell to the ground. It wasn't Gregor's doing. Yuri's mouth opens and lets something out. There's a tree branch radiating a bright golden glow.
가지를 찾고 있었나?
Seeking the bough, were you?
당신
You.
생각보단 좀 작다. 그치?
A bit small, isn't it?
난 헤르만이라고 해.
I'm Herman. We'll be seeing each other
앞으로
often.
자주 보게 돼.
The reason being,
우리는
we
가지가 필요하고
we need those boughs, and you
가지를
are
찾을 수.
capable of finding them.
너희는
You won't die, but we will kill you. Herman nudges Yuri's head with her foot.
물론
It won't be now, though.
황금 가지는
We'll take good care of the golden bough you found.
구보, 나의 법.
Gubo, my dear compatriot,
그대가 선택한
is this the
길이요.
path you chose?
맞아. 이제
Indeed it is. Only few remain now.
오랜만이네.
It's been a while, brother.
형, 네 옷에 더러운 냄새가 나는 거
Do you know how
알고 있어?
filthy your clothing
지금
smells?
너네 가족들이 봤어야 했는데.
If only your family were here to see your state.
아주 만남의 광장이로군.
So what do you think this has turned into?
내가 준 선물은 잘
How are you treating your
간직하고
present, my
있어.
son?
고작
I
이런
didn't invest in you just to see you in
호락호락한
such a mess.
바란 적 없어.
I never asked for this. Not once.
그래도 포장지
You should at least finish unwrapping what I gave you.
고작 그 능력.
That little arm isn't all there is to it.
자, 인사는 여기까지.
Alright, that's enough greetings. The man who introduced himself as Jiahuan clapped twice. Then everything went dark. Like waking from a long nightmare. The early dawn greets you. After some time passed, and I thought this would be an easy enough mission for you. After learning the golden bow to be taken before your very eyes, you had the gall to walk in with your faces up. Have I overestimated you? Why don't you give me an excuse, Miss Faust?
불멸만이 해답은
As it
아니다.
turns out, immortality wasn't the solution to everything. Anything to say for yourself, Dante? There's another group going after the golden bow. You had to have known this, so why didn't you warn me?
황금가지를 노리고 왔던 다른
I'm asking
세력에
about the other faction that sought the golden bow. Faust placidly relayed my words to Virgilius. Don't tell me. Are you holding me responsible? Tell me then, Dante. Why would we bother sending 12 whole combatants to a place with no threats? After hiring fixers to guide them too. That's
그랬어 관리자 양반.
enough of that, manager bud.
이건 내 탓이야.
It's my fault. If you want someone to blame, I'm right here. How fascinating. Built a sense of camaraderie between you already. Well, I do suppose it's not too bad to cover up for each other since you're all on the same bus. Just know that sticking up for one another doesn't make up for your incompetence.
연락이 왔습니다.
We got a call after Team Spec Ops Section 4 has just gone underground for their job. Yeah, it sounds about right. Someone has to salvage the ego and abnormalities left there. Real shame that the essence was lost, though.
뒤끝이 길군.
This is getting excessive.
전장에서 실패는
Failure is a common thing on the battlefield. If an objective wasn't met, you devise another plan and redeploy.
첫 작전에서 너무 많은 걸
You're sure it wasn't your
바란 게 아닌가?
expectations that they were too high for a first mission? Why do you know that our manager's performance is nothing short of outstanding? I suppose we'll leave it at that. You're not entirely wrong.
그렇죠.
Certainly, there seemed to be an uncanny tension between Virgilius and Faust. But right now, I had neither the energy nor the willpower left in me to get inquisitive. Us reeked of blood with all the stains and gore on our outfits, yet none of us tried to open the windows. No one had the urge to have a change of clothes. All of us just sat in place, dwelling in silence. Greg had the most defeated look of them all, staring out the window. Then, he suddenly went to hang something from his pocket near the windshield of the bus.
벌레 양반, 메피의 머리에 뭘 매단 거야?
Bug guy, what did you put in Mephi's head?
유품.
Memento.
두 사람의 유품이다.
Something that belonged to the two.
딱 유리 씨만.
I had a sister, just about Yuri's age.
그냥
That's
그랬었다.
all there is. I considered giving him a pep talk, but that quickly dissipated. Ishmael wore a grieving look. Sinclair was quietly weeping, and Roger let out a distressed sigh. I couldn't offer him any encouragement. What good would I do?
결혼 시야에 방해가 되진 않겠나?
Karon, won't this get in your way?
카르는 괜찮아.
Karon will be fine. Alright, let's hit the road.
부릉부릉.
The bus slowly grumbled forward. Gas mask hanging by the windshield was waved like an ornament. credits already? But that's just the first canto.
이걸로 이번 죽음과 결별을 늘 머지않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다마는.
Huh? Dante, a new function of Mephistopheles has been unlocked. Please direct your attention here. It is possible to grow stronger by gaining experience through battle, but it is not the most optimal method. Lux excavations are here to help speed up your identities trading. Complete Lux excavation battles to earn training tickets. Using training tickets is a much faster method for leveling your identities. Thread Lux excavations, which will be unlocked later, you can earn threads. Resources used to uptie identities, and threads spin ego. These are the Ekenfeld modules needed to enter Lux excavations. Once cleared, Lux excavation battles can be skipped. Skipping costs double the Ekenfeld modules, but it saves time and grants 1.5 times the rewards. Higher Lux excavation stages will be unlocked as you continue this journey. Higher level Lux excavation stages yield better and more efficient resources. It's highly recommended to check this menu from time to time to see if you've unlocked a new stage. Hmm? Hmm? Hmm. Ooh, lots of rupture there. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Oh wait, that's right. Red is a double O identity, isn't it? Why does Sinclair's portrait have a sort of duality motif to it?
아, 당신이야? 나한테 명령 내린다던 사람이? 신정. 그렇게 해서 버틀러라고 말할 수 있겠나? 나와, 내가 보여주지. 신속하고 정확한.
Color Suffolk Butler, I'll demonstrate, so just shut up and watch. It's all about speed, precision, and decisiveness. Chief Butler, but she's dressed like a maid. I'm confused.
혈기분들은 악독하면서 끈질겨요.
Oh! It's a twofer! I didn't know that was a thing. Let's see. Blood fiends are not only vile, they're also very persistent. So, we should make sure we have everything ready to take them on, right?
악을 청하는 정의의 망치.
Nope. 3 fur.
필요로 아닌가?
Hair of justice, purgeth evil. Dost thou require mine aid? Oh. Wasn't a twofer. My bad.
하루가 저물어가는 동안
Okay. Okay. Defense power down. I think I'll stick with that one for now. Gain one. Let's see. Gain 1 bleeding. Increase the bleed count on by this effect's count. Turn and have the count rounded down. Huh. The target's nails inflict +1 tremor count. If this unit is fanatic, inflict +1 nails. I'm guessing BM is not short for bowel movement in this case. Let's see. Enhances Edgar family chief butler Ryoshu skills against targets with this effect. Actually, stick with this one for now, because that one's probably going to be better if I have other identities that can make use of that effect. Oh. No. Yeah, that's right. There you go. Be right back. Oh. Okay. Oh, looks like you get more lunacy with each chapter. The bus wasn't all that lively. I could hear Roger's occasional quips or Heathcliff starting pointless quarrels with someone, probably Don Quixote or Sinclair. The Oshu's demanded a source of heat to light her cigarette, having run out of lighter fluid. Amidst the gripes and disorder, Gregor was pretty much the only sinner I could rely on to willingly turn the mood around. But now, he was one of the quietest. He was just staring out through the window, seemingly lost in deep thought. One thing was for sure. If anyone were to blame for trashing the mood on the bus, it'd be Virgilius. The road to the Golden Bough was an awfully arduous one. But it's on the brink of death, and some passed that several times, not to mention the occasions when we almost ended up unemployed. Huh? Yet Virgilius refused to see from their perspective. Given the circumstances, it's only natural for us sinners to be palpably disgruntled. Tired of the silent treatment, Ishmael spoke up.
이제 다음 장소는 어디인지 정도는 말해줘야 되는 거 아닌가요?
Could you tell me where our next destination is now, at least? Oh, sorry about that. I was wondering whether briefing the mission to you miscreants would be worth the effort.
나 서운해지려고 해. 기대에 못 미치는 자식일수록 더 품어야 된다는 거 몰라?
You're hurting me with your cold shoulder. Don't you know that kids falling behind need more love? Let me plead you not to embarrass me this time. I sure don't want to look like a teacher taking a bunch of grade schoolers out for a picnic. I have high hopes for you in particular, Rodion. You must make a good guide for this tour. Yeah, you might just make a good guide for this tour. Huh? I know I'm a big deal, but I don't think I can be a guide for a place I don't know. No worries, right into a location you should be more than familiar with. A nest of hedonism where you can drown in money or be drained of everything you have. J-Corpse. Wait, even Rodia's gone quiet now. I suppose it would be so bad to win big while we're at it. Oi, just want to wake me up when we're there. Coincidentally, the bus will be unable to take you right to the branch building this time, dear passenger. Karon, park it. Karon?
정차가 뭐야?
What's park? It means stop.
멈추는 건 빨간색. 카론이 맛없어 하는 빨간색.
She has a weird thought process. Go figure. What does she think she's driving? The night bus? I was, of course, powerless against the inertia. A cacophony of complaints and shouts erupted. Although I didn't get to hear the sinner's ramblings in clear detail. I'm willing to bet a good half of them were profanities, so maybe I'm better off not knowing. Good to see her all full of energy now. Full of energy. Now out.
목적지까지는 한참 남았던데. 아, 택시를 불러줄 건가요?
The destination still seemed rather far. Ah, will you call a taxi for us? As Miss Faust will explain in detail, this mission is going to be quite different from our last. Dante. This is because the location of the Golden Bough is in the underground of a casino. Do you mean to tell us it's among brightly lit buildings standing at the center of that street? That's right. It's one of those. The lobotomy branch facility infiltrated last... Well, hello again, uncaffeinated one. I just did a poll and got some more identities. The lobotomy branch facility infiltrated last time was the one that had been neglected for quite a while. Assuming that was the exception? See, it's times like this that remind me our team doesn't necessarily lack critical thinkers. It really does make me wonder how you managed to blend your previous mission even more.
방금 가지는 많은
The golden bough is a potent energy source, holding the essence of many technological marvels.
강한 에너지는
Such fountains of energy will attract flowers of wealth or flows of wealth and people, and in no time, whole civilizations built on top of it.
그렇기에
Therefore, it's likely that future destinations will have been occupied by other factions and their structures,
또한
which in turn indicates that we should be prepared to visit a wide variety of venues in addition to this casino.
처음 임무는 비교적
It also means that your first mission was a relatively easy one, yet you somehow snatched defeat from the wide open maws of success. Does he usually hold grudges that long?
모르지.
Don't ask me, we haven't known him much longer than you have.
뭐라 그랬지?
What do you say again? Something like, welcome to Limbus Company, I'm your guide, Virgilius, and all that.
방금
Huh,
되게 잘
pretty good
따라하지
impression, wasn't it?
그러고 보니 무게를 엄청 잡긴
He got his authoritative tone down to a T. Look at that. I told myself back from asking if I could resign right after joining. I get the feeling the rest of you thought the same.
무슨 소리요? 그것은 역사적인 날이지.
Nonsense! It was a day to go down in history, beckoned by the Vedgaze himself. Truly there's no honor greater than a color addressing your... I guess he does have a fan after all.
그러게나 말이야.
The spirits lifted, and Roji and Gerger began to chuckle.
다들 말이 필요 이상으로 많고
That's more talking than necessary. I really do not wish for there to be an impetus behind a third rule for this bus ride.
아, 그 직원들끼리
Come on, give the employees some room to badmouth their boss. You're being totally petty.
다음엔 째째
Next time, do it out of earshot.
난 보기보다
More fragile than I look, you see.
다들 이만 하차하지.
Right, time to get up and at it. I sure hope you come back with a golden bow in your hands this time.
이번에도 실패하면 어떻게 할 건데?
If I bug it twice,
혹시 모르지.
who knows? Carrie might suddenly forget what button to press to open the door for you.
버튼 빨간색
Button
맛없는
red,
색이야.
yucky color.
이거 순 미친.
You want Dutch block?
네, 뭐
Not sure what that's supposed to mean.
그 뭔데?
That means
내리자 머저리들 이란 뜻이다.
shorthand for useless idiotic travelers go and abscond now. Heathcliff glared at Vyoshu, insults welling up at his throat, only to then expel a loud sigh. He resigned uncharacteristically, as if he came to the realization that killing her wouldn't solve anything. As I'll show you the identities I got. Let's see. The Edgar family butler, which, yeah, I figured I'd pass on using that for now until I've got more identities that make use of that, whatever that BM mechanic is. I'm guessing it's not short for bowel movement. This one seemed like it'd be useful. In this case, it's not the only one I've got that does tremor. This one, because of how it can trigger and inflict rupture, seems like it'd be pretty useful as well. Combo pretty well with this, among some of the others. Let's see. Nope. Derp. Yeah, I also got this one. I'm not particularly impressed by it. How tough could that be?
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
예술을 보여주지.
사후처리로구만.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거네.
계획을 설명드리죠.
Allow me to give you a rundown of the plan.
황금가지에 도달하기
Our
위해서
primary objective is to infiltrate the casino unsuspected. It will be critical for the successful recovery of the Golden Bough.
저희가 알아낸 정보에
According to the information we've acquired, the casino has 3 entrances.
일반 손님들이
One for ordinary visitors, one reserved for VIPs, and lastly the back door used by employees.
마지막으로는
Okay, so quick one down. Any Encore ID is bleed except one. That's Sinclair, and it says he's bleed out. He's freaking burn. Sig is poised, and W core is charge. All right.
저희는
Let's see.
가족부의
We'll split into 3 groups of 4 sinners to cover each entrance. 4 of us will disguise as our will disguise as.
손님으로 위장한 후 흩어져서 출입을 할 겁니다.
And now I've got a bot on Twitch. Let's see. Ilu's burn, and I'm booting up Limbus to find the others. Okay. We'll split into 3 groups of 4 sinners to cover each entrance. 4 of us will disguise as croupiers, 4 will pose as guests, and 4 will play the role of VIPs.
확실히 집단으로 다닐수록 눈에
Working to smaller groups will certainly draw less attention.
무리 짓는 것보다 흩어지는 것이 적당하오.
It is wiser to divide rather than unite.
누가 어떤 역할을 맡을지
Divide and conquer,
드린 봉투를 열어서 확인하세요.
which carries on a whole different, that phrase carries on a whole different meaning for bacterial infection. Oh! Open the envelopes I gave out to confirm the role you've been assigned.
이번 작전에서마저도 황금가지 탈환에 실패.
Also, the higher-ups expressed concern over our performance.
앞으로의 계획에
They stress that the company's future plans hinge on whether we can retrieve the Golden Bough through this operation.
그래서 이번엔 합동
Therefore, we will
작전으로
collaborate on a joint operation. Joint operation?
보다 전문적이고
Our partner is a
노련한
special forces unit consisting of professionals and veterans.
지금은 LCC
I believe they are now monitored the LCC, short for Limbus Company Clearance Department.
작전에서만큼은
Oh,
저희보다 우수하다고
so they're the ones that
겁니다.
so they're the ones that put in place all those sales and crap in a big department store. Got it. Rest assured that they are betters, at least in espionage operations.
이미 이 정도로도 충분히
I
많다고
thought 12
생각하는데.
people was already a crowd.
숫자가 중요한 게 아니라는 사실.
Guess someone finally realized that more isn't always merrier.
우와, 다른 부서를 보는 건
Wowzer, I
처음이에요.
haven't met staff from
어디
other teams
계시나요?
before. Just where could they be? Hong Lu looked around, expecting Faust to bring them forward for introductions any second. Needless to say, no one showed up like he expected.
우린 전당포로 갑니다.
We'll be heading to the pawn shop.
요새도 그런 가게들이
Is
있나?
pawning still a thing these days?
이곳은 전당포의
We're on the
거리로
so-called
붙어
Pawnbrokers Avenue. Most businesses double as pawn shops here.
저 가게가 한일 지점에
That place is our rendezvous. Let's head inside.
금방 다녀올게.
이 팀의 제 뒤로 가요.
아름답진 않네.
Huh. Guard yourself for all the good it will do. Let's see. Blood fiends are also bleed. Pointless is bleed. Let's see. Found one thing that isn't poison. That's East Dawn, and she's bleed. Seven associations rupture and plenty of others. Ain't you too many visitors? Ain't you too many visitors at once? The shop's cramped as is. You all prefer your luck of the draw from Trumps or Mahjong. As we entered the shop, we were met with the gruff greeting of an old pawnbroker. What's that blighter on about? Wait. East Sing is Dong. Okay. Burn. Fat finger errors. Happens to the best of us. Like I said, fat finger errors. Happens to the best of us. Am I the one here who read up on Nest J? Virgilius gave us a pamphlet to peruse before we left. I think we remember glance at the cover. Here, you'll get loaned different amounts depending on your fortune for the day. If you draw a great boon, you get extra cash, while misfortune means far less than what the pawn is worth. Ah, that reminds me. My family had hired dedicated fortune tellers. They drew a greater boon for me in the divination they performed before I left. That must have been a sign that I would join all of you wonderful people on our journey. Wow, really, so indulging in lofty leisure on your grand estate was your fated life. Maybe I should pray that I'm born that rich if there's a next time. I'm good. It's well off folks like them that tend to play dirty. You might be right. I didn't like to get along with my younger sibling in childhood. Always trying to cheat and grouch if things didn't go as desired. No, that's not what I was getting at. So, you want to get your fortune or not? Forget about that. Do people even have anything to pawn? I'm not seeing any wealth on ya. The pawnbroker glanced over each sinner with a dubious look until his eyes landed on me. Oh, that clockhead might be worth a good sum. How much do you think they sell for, old pal? Why did he cha-ching? Would you? I'm not for sale. As you were likely contacted in advance, we are from Limbus Company, and unfortunately, neither the sinners nor the pawnbroker were paying any attention to Faust's words. Oh, I did bring this handkerchief with me when I left home. Oh, a dragon bordered on silk. That's some meticulous needlework, which might net that. Let's see, 7 million on. A colored piece of cloth is worth that much? You're as rotted out, old geezer! What? You don't recognize the value of this quality? Now I see, you're wearing a shabby ring like it's true treasure. What did you just say? Jeez, cut it out, Dante. Please shut them up. You had us worried, Faust. Amidst the chaos, a most gentle voice softly landed on my ears. What ears? We were meant to meet each other at 4, but 15 minutes had passed already. Sure you couldn't have forgotten how to read a clock, right? Certainly not. There's little I could do to alter the driver of the bus. Aha, so you're taking a clock purse with you to help with time? I suppose it didn't come with an alarm. The gentle voice was soon followed by one that didn't even attempt to hide their disdain. Come on, that's a little harsh. Let's try to leave better first impressions. I know my voice won't be heard by anyone other than the sinners, but I still can't help but get upset at rude remarks. Oh, so it was you? You guys are the team that botched the Golden Bough retrieval last time? Folks had high expectations for your team, with some of the smartest people in the city being on it. No wonder, Miss Fassbender was looking very pleased. My face has remained constant.
왜 가만히
Oh,
있어?
just stand around for him. Go on now, this fella here is also the pretty sort. Don't brush him off. Heathcliff gave Yi Sang a sideways glance, but what he got in response was lukewarm.
그저 무의미한 자랑이기 때문이야.
I shall not, as that would be a hollow vaunt.
너 지하에서만 해도 말.
Bet you're a lot more talkative down in that
왜
basement?
갑자기 또 이상해진 거야?
Oh yeah, what did you do with Yi Sang?
본인은
I am and have always been whom I match in the mirror. Yeah. Forget it.
첫 번째 임무는
Our first mission was devised with failure in mind.
각자의
We
잠재력을
needed an
확인하는
opportunity to see what potential our sinews held.
그랬던 거였어?
Wait, was it? Wait, it was?
목표가 실패인
Plan whose
작전이다.
purpose is to fail? That can hardly qualify as a proposal.
베르길리우스님은 어디 갔죠?
By the way, where's Virgilius? I agreed to assist with the operation mainly for a chance to get to see him.
그분도 쪽팔렸겠지.
He must have been embarrassed. Imagine accompanying people like these. Is that why he dropped us so far away from the place? Because he was ashamed of us? Doesn't anyone have a thing to say about us being belittled?
그리고 자기
Won't all the boasting and bluffing not do much if we don't introduce ourselves first?
이번에 합동 작전을 하게 될 분들이에요.
These two will be cooperators for this mission. They're from the Limbus Company Clearance Department, also known as the LCC.
비포팀까지 붙여주시죠. 아, 전 쏘두고 이 사람은
Is her name pronounced Suede? The before team of clearance, please. I'm Suede, and this here's Effie.
뭐 우리가 박수라도 쳐줘야
What?
하는
Am I supposed to clap or?
와, 반가워요.
Wonderful, it's a pleasure. Hong Lu was the only person on the team welcoming them with total sincerity. He almost even gave a standing ovation. A good half of the rest stared at the two with cold eyes, and the others wary until introductions were finished.
생존자를 모두 구출했어요. 열심히 하다 보니 이런 날도 다 있네요.
자, 이번 작전은요. 저희가
Now,
숟가락으로
this mission will basically
떠먹을
spoon feed you everything.
테니까
All you have to do is open wide and chew up your simple tasks. What is it Captain Cold said? Make a plan, execute the plan, expect the plan to go off the rails, throw away the plan.
여기 봉투에 든 문서들 확인하시고
Check the documents in this envelope and do exactly, precisely as the papers say. The way Suede decided, the way Suede dragged out that vowel needled me a bit, but I decided not to argue. Even if I did, the ticking of a clock would be all that she'd hear.
뭐야? 말로는
me and my neck.
할 생각은 전혀 없고 그냥 뒷공문이나 쫓아오라는 소리.
There's a lot of journeying together. There's not a lot of journeying together at all in this joint operation, is there? You're just telling us to follow from behind.
자존심 상하네.
This is insulting. Are they take us for lovers or what?
관리자님, 이거 그대로 두고
Look,
가.
manager, we've got to put our foot down and do as they say, I guess? Huh?
얘네들이 준
The
문서요.
documents they give us, they're flawless.
이거 봐요.
Look at this. It has roots drawn out and everything. It's been ages since I saw a plan this clear and meticulous.
오랜만에 보는데요.
확실히 제대로 된 작전 계획을 써봤다는 티가 나네.
Surely, this is certainly indicative of their knowledge in writing up proper plans of operation.
물론 관리자님의 계획상이
This isn't to say that it holds a candle to the level of forethought you display, manager. Convinced by Ishmael's commendation, opened the envelope and carefully read the rundown of the operation. The goal could not be summarized. The goal could be summarized as the following: reach the top floor of the casino. The main reason behind organizing this plan was the first place prize for the table game to be held today. According to the papers, winning the competition held on the top floor of the casino is the only way to gain access to the area of to the area with the golden bow. 4 syndicates that jointly bid on the casino will be playing in this game of chance. Of the 4, we will be using the name of the infamous Ting Ting Gang.
이름이 조직의 성격까지
That name doesn't necessarily reflect the nature of an organization. That's a shallow prejudice.
편견이라는
It is unideal for one to choose to see things through the tinted lens that is bias. Right. Back to the plane, we'll disguise as the boss of the Ting Tang gang and win that game of chance. Afterwards, we have to go to the underground floors where the golden barrel lies. Leading up to the game, we'll use the items and clothing we can find in pawn shops to disguise as our given roles. Enter the casino and wait for the team on the top floor to win the game. But there's supposed to be 3 teams of 4 and there's 13 of them. Seems there's a detail overlooked. That's about it for the outline of this plan, I think. Hey, wait a second. Won't this entire thing fall apart if our player doesn't win? Prepared fake identification as well. It's just in case the casino security runs random inspections on visitors. Alright, that's all fine and dandy. But how do you plan to win once you're at the top floor? What do you think our outfits are for? We practiced for months to pass off as bona fide croupiers. It'll give you good luck. The game is in your bag. All you need is a pair of functioning eyes. If he mumbled the last part to himself again while casting a sidelong scowl at our group. He's making it painfully obvious he has no faith in us. How are we going to take the place of the Ting Tang gang's boss? No pesetas in the food served at the casino. We've already finished negotiating the details with the head chef. Sedatives. Swade and Nephew looked and winked at each other. It was a gesture demonstrating that the two were ideal partners, able to tell each other his thoughts just from exchanging glances. Hey, dear pawnbroker, we'll be taking a look at the goods on showcase from here to there. Yes. Oh no, yeah, sure, of course. Please take your time, ma'am. The pawnbroker's attitude took a sharp turn from disdainful to kowtowing. Now then, let's take what we need from the display. Oh my! This is a Gupta designer brooch, isn't it? Yeah, what discerning eyes you have there, sir. This brooch is the mainstay of our shop's catalog. Only 10 of those were ever made, so it's worth a positively
저희 집 강아지가 산책할 때마다 끼고 다니는 목줄 장식이었어요. 아, 다시 보니까 너무 반갑네요.
So his family is insanely rich. Got it.
나는 이 소가죽으로 만든 장갑이 탐나는데. 네가 샀던 녀석은 아마 패션 센스가
I'm down for these cowhide gloves. Whoever had them must have been a fashionista. Please take items that suit what's written in the envelopes. You have roles to play. Pardon, but the envelope I have received says janitor. This must be an error of some sort. Okay, it's good and all, but do you have the money to pay for all this? Or you got spennies? Who do you think we are, some low-rank hirelings? There's nothing I can't afford using this black card. Dante, what's this about? You told me we can't have prime beef because we don't have the budget. So the rumors were true that the teams with notable performance are given a company card with no spending limit. Well, everyone was shocked by the proven existence of the fabled black card. A loud voice came from outside. Oi, Dotard! Didn't I say a payment was due today? Someone who clearly belongs to a vicious syndicate entered the pawn shop. Please, give me one more chance. I swear I'll have the money ready. One more? Can't you do basic math? You said the same thing last time. Boss would like me to waste some precious time reteaching you kindergarten, you hear? I'm just a frail man standing on dotty feet. There's really nothing to get up. They're shaking me down. Pleading with an overtly loud voice, the pawnbroker looked at us. Yeah, you talking back now? Yeah, go on then, get mad. I don't feel so guilty that way. In a way, he looked like he was covertly begging us to help him, based on his expression. The sinner's attention was naturally drawn to the ongoing row. What are you looking at? You think I'm playing? Gee, they're so stereotypical. I didn't even get an urge to reply. Can't people be more creative about throwing taunts? Shouldn't we help out, maybe? Like Ishmael, who scoffed at the goon, Sinclair anxiously glanced over.
어쩔 수 없답니다. 뒷골목은 뒷골목 나름대로의 규율이
We have no choice.
존재하고
Back streets have their own rules and order. We aren't the ones to disturb that complex web of their society.
우리 같은 외지인들이 어설프게 개입을
Outsiders like us only cause a bigger scene if we try to step in. Pleased by the sinners choosing to stay away, the goons continued with the extortion. If you ain't got money, why don't you pay your dues in that instead? We keep telling you. Anything but that. Please. Is it really okay to leave them be? Shall I settle the dispute for them so it does not bother you, manager?
그런데
What does that toughster mean by that, anyway?
이곳엔 돈보다 더 가치 있는 재화가 존재해요.
The currency more valuable than money exists in this district.
제이사의 특이점은
It's well known that J-Core's singularity is a powerful security technology capable of locking anything.
하지만 그런 보안 기술이
What is less known, however, is the extensive cultural and historical background of the backstreets of NSJ that led to the singularity's creation.
역사?
History? They're seriously about to lecture us here now. I was never told about any mandatory education when I joined this company. Despite the opposition, Faust went on with the explanation.
이곳에선 사람들의 소망력을 추출해낼 수 있는 기술이
Here, technology exists to extract wish power from people,
특이점으로
though it's not widely known outside this district since it didn't quite have the generality to be recognized as a singularity.
일종의 운을
In
사고파는
essence, it's processing luck into a commodity that can be traded, like a form of money.
이 소망력을 무료로
It brought
추출하지
forth the need for a way to stop others from forcibly extracting this wish power, leading to the creation of a security technology that ultimately developed into the singularity we know today.
야, 파우스트.
Gee wee, Faust. Must be tiring having to teach these dunces in ways that they can get it.
염두에 두고 있었던 일이라 괜찮아요.
It's fine. This was with my anticipated scenario. I don't like the way you say that.
자자, 그럼
Come on now. Gather the items, help their disguises so we can leave. Spade flapped a document full of scheduled plans to emphasize that we'd be busy.
우린 일개 회사원이지. 정의를 위해 나서는 히어로가
We're salaried workers, not heroes fighting for justice. Wait, not that word. A bad feeling rushing through my head prompted me to count the sinners I could see. That does not align with a certain someone's beliefs. It is one that would severely provoke her principles. Ishmael seems to have noticed what I meant and hurriedly looked around.
남의 귀중품을 함부로 약탈하려 하다니.
And there it is.
악인의 행동이라고밖에 볼 수 없다.
Thou darest to pilfer the valuables of others? This behavior can only be seen as wholehearted villainy! Oh no, Don Quixote! But it was a moment too late. Don Quixote had already sprinted forward and was swinging her lance at the ting-tanger who gripped the pawnbroker by the collar. Whack! Caught completely unaware, the goon was hit right on the head with the blunt side of her lance. Knocked out on the floor in a frisky swing, the fainted goon became the center of attention for all of us inside the pawn shop for a solid minute. For your information, keeping the sinners in check is not part of my job description. That would be the job of this person here. Don't give me that look. There's nothing in my abilities to keep her under control. I couldn't stop myself from defending my position even when I was aware that my voice wouldn't reach anyone besides the sinners. Oh well, it's not like my defense would have made them look any less baffled towards me if they could hear it. Oh. The pawnbroker was the only one chuffed by this turn of events. Great work, ma'am. Serves that to looking right. But I'll say, you could have whopped him a tad harder, baby.
베르길리우스가 악인을 처단하는 건 상관없지만 작전의 인물들까지 끌어들이면 곤란해질 거다. 나버리서 말이요. 힘 조절을 했다네.
Rejoice advised me that while I'm free to deliver justice unto villains, I must do so without unduly involving irrelevance in our mission. Thus I showed moderation. Her proud expression never looked so provoking. So you remembered his words and still leapt forward? 'Twas a necessary action to stay true to my creed. Please understand my virtuous violence. Not to kill the mood, but that ruffian isn't exactly dead, right? I thought you wanted her to get straight to Wallop's, old sport. I did. But things would get fairly complicated if your Divier showed up, you know.
유로집이? 걔네가 왜 여기에?
The Eurodivier? What are they doing here?
걔네 걱정을
No,
왜
forget
하는
that.
거야?
What are you worrying about them? Not up to date with the news, are you, ma'am? They've been causing trouble here for months now. Are they villains as well? Oh, they're villains to us humble merchants for sure. They were going on about, what was it? Ruffian greedy peddlers keeping money to themselves and giving it to those who need it. Distributing something, they said. The redistribution of wealth. Oh, that's it. Yes, those scoundrels are robbing us poor saps of what little wealth we have. And they don't even do the dirty work themselves. It's always the local brutes, they said. Can you believe it? Anywho, life has been hard for us because of those self-righteous bunches. Looked like they were here to find something for at first, but all they do now is squeeze money out of us.
근데 말이야, 우리 피해야 하지 않을까? 콩콩이 파들이 들이닥칠지도 모르는데.
What's with the sudden change of attitude there, Rhodia? I just realized, should we take our leave now? More toughies from the Ting Tang gang might be coming this way. Seemed like Rhodia deliberately cut off the pawnbroker in a hurry, but I had little time to think about the implications. The gang member Don Quixote had knocked out began to flinch as though to get back up soon. What a hassle. Making the problem bigger than it had to be. Hey, Muffin Sablé, was it? Don't be so tart now. There are plenty of pawn shops around here, right? You can always find a different... It's Effie and Suede. Please don't mistake our names for confections. Your statement that there are plenty of pawn shops in the vicinity won't mean much. Instead, pawn shops notice the trouble happening here and close. Don Quixote! I get tired of watching these idiots on every little thing. We should just leave. As I tried to leave, someone wearing similar thuggish clothes to the one we just knocked out, with a face that looked just as rough, stormed into the shop. Hey, yo, Codger, have you seen our little... Hey, Slimmy! Just what's going on here? We did our best to pretend to be innocent customers who just happened to be in the pawn shop at the wrong time. However, in an unfortunate concurrence of events, the goon came back to senses. Who did this? Tell me now! The beat is gonna regret the day they grew stems! You, over there. That red timepiece. The direction that finger was pointing was simply too unambiguous for me to pretend otherwise. Plus, there's no point in denying that I was meant by red timepiece, as I'm sure there'd be literally no one else matching that description in this entire district. Just so you don't get the wrong idea, I have nothing to do with these people or what happened in here. I was just about to bring a towel to cool this poor fellow's head. That smart gaffer. I had no expectations from him in the first place. That man really has a shaky reef for his backbone. Although the pawnbroker switching sides in a heartbeat and the finger-pointing clock slander over something I wasn't responsible for too hurt me a little. I was determined to stand firm. Frijolito's over there. Stop! Freeze your tracks. Mostly because it was clear that we had to run right now. If I kept letting small things bother me, I would be reduced to a pulp sooner rather than later. No need to run. Let's just kill them all and be done with it. What's next? You're gonna wipe out the whole syndicate? That doesn't sound too bad. The forces of evil must be uprooted with haste in order to raise the banner of justice high! So there's seriously no one on your team who's in their right mind. Ishmael looked insulted by this remark and seemed to be thinking of a counter-argument. The Ting Tang goons arming themselves are a more pressing matter. Let's get out of here first. Oh wait. Slashing, huh? Okay. This'll do. As Swede predicted, all the pawnbrokers are busy closing the street entrances to avoid trouble. Hey, you pricks! Stop right where you're standing! You think you can get away with messing with our family, Tiny 5A?
그런 집단들은 왜 꼭 서로를
What's with
가족이라고
British syndicates and their pretend families? Is that the only thing they can think of to bond with each other? Look at the bump you made on a precious youngin's head! Good gracious, this was not part of the plan. Effie clutches his forehead as if it were aching. I thought about goading him to keep some headache pills at hand if this was enough to cause him pain, but I refrained. My lack of a head would have made the message far less impactful anyway. You two, you thought you were worthless scum until now, didn't you? You've been seeing our group as a sewage full of waste. I don't think anyone spoke of us that harshly, Otis. You not wondered why we have been charged with the momentous mission of claiming golden bows despite that? Why is that? Even Effie seemed to be taken aback by Otis's imposing attitude. Although I won't disagree that the others are rubbish is drenched in foul water. No, seriously, you're the one who says that. Oh, that's what Miss Otis has been thinking all this time. I have remained undefeated, and our manager is capable of resuscitating us, making us practically incapable of death. In fact, just the two of us should be sufficient. Though that weasel Virgil seems to disagree. The point is, these detritus won't be scrapped even after countless battles. They'll come back as the exact same piles of trash they were before death. That was a very inspiring way. There's a very inspiring way of reaffirming that we're living, breathing garbage to you. Enemies are approaching. Are you prepared, manager? Oh yeah.
금방 다녀올게.
깔끔하게 몰아봐.
금방 다녀올게. 한 건 했다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
이런 예상 위험한 거야. 해제.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
금방 다녀올게.
Man, these guys got a lot of coins.
한 건 했다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
이런 예상 못했나 봐. 깔끔하게 몰았군.
아름답진 않네.
이걸로 이번 죽은과 결별을 뭐 하지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다만.
Why does it cut off there? But I already got that one! Well, phooey. Already got that one too. What is it with the middle finger in gold chains? Why? Huh. What is the deal with gripping with Encore? Wait, -4. Oh, I see. So you want them to get tails. How the heck are you supposed to do that? 'Cause, well, I know the way you get tails is that you get coin flips to be tails is that you get their sanity in the red. But how the heck are you supposed to do that? Red sheet. Yeah, that's right. Those are from abnormalities that are not in Lauded Corporation or Library Winna. Don Quixote, I know that I'm sure those tattoos give you a bit of a power boost, but art here is supposed to be a bit more modest. I was imagine be a bit chilly. You need to be a bit chilly dressed like that. Here, this should help. I need my kit back. Ah, thank you. Yeah, she looks pretty good in that. Yeah. Whatever.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
상대하기에도 우스운 수준이었어.
They made for pathetic foes. There was absolutely nothing.
콩콩이 파는 이거리 일대를
The
지배하고
Ting Ting gang had tight control over this area. This is not going to be the end of. Just then, more Ting Tangers began showing up from the street corners. We set your hair costs to mess with us. If he quickly covered Don Quixote's mouth. Have you lost it? You want the entire desert after us?
또 온다. 관리자.
We're coming. Give us your command, manager.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
이쯤에 제 뒤로.
이 정도야.
Oh man, staggered all of them.
금방 다녀올게. 금방 다녀올게.
이쯤에 제 뒤로.
I don't think it's kind of weird that the color motif for Envy isn't green. That's the color most often associated with it.
이쯤에 제 뒤로. 위험 인물 해제.
왜? 이놈이 아니야? 그럴 리 없는데.
신병. 확보하겠습니다. 위험 인물 깔끔하게 몰았고. 위험 인물.
이 정도야. 한 건 했다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
Ah man, I didn't get to use that limit break. Oh well.
진짜 그만 좀.
Damn it, it just won't stop coming. We'll wear our lives out before we can take a step outside the casino.
심해요, 히스클리프.
Don't fret, Heathcliff. As long as the manager's with us, we won't die from fatigue or other things.
그걸 몰랐어.
That's not the point at all. Oh. Is it like a sensor chip or something like that installed into his voice box as part of being a sinner?
해결은 간단하다. 어떤
The solution is simple. An organization can be brought down by deposing its leader, the head gone, the meat supporting it will break apart.
너
You're the one speaking my tongue here. And proper myths. Let's go break some bones, head, whatever. Hence, onward we travel!
다들 돌아.
Travail. Wait, come back here!
파우스트.
This is the crowd you're supposed to accompany. You're supposed to accompany fast.
삶은 늘 의문투성이죠.
Life is full of mysteries.
그렇게
That
이상적이라고
perhaps what makes it an ideal reflection, no?
내 대가리 어디 있어?
Tell me where your gaffer is! I want to see him now! Heathcliff grabbed a book by the collar and shook it about violently. To me it looked like as if anything so conspicuous had left already. And maybe even more than that. The Sea Heart is gonna be at the Car Pagoda. The what? The what? What the hell is that? Makes sense! It's probably the scrapyard nearby. Really though, you actually planning to take down the gang's boss? It won't be reflected in your employee performance review or anything, you know.
저자는 그런 것까지 염두에 두고 행동할 만큼
He's not sharp enough to calculate such things into his actions.
대략 속셈 따위랑은
He's way sparing little relation to schemes or plots.
말도 안 되는
On the other hand, he works closely with nonsense.
아니야.
No,
말이 되는 것
I
같기도
do
해요.
think that makes sense.
문제 없어, 에피.
Nothing to worry about. We always have to go plan B, don't we? Spade spoke with a serene face. However, I could see her consciously trying to maintain calm from time to time, giving me reason to suspect that she's putting on a veil of kindness.
여러분이 위장을 하는 게 불가능하다면
But disguising as your given roles is out of the question. You could all get up as members of the Ting Tang gang instead.
단체로 들어가도
That way, you won't arouse much suspicion moving in a large group, and you'll be able to reach the top floor without much trouble.
겸사겸사
And we could siphon some wish power for the Ting Tang gang while we're at it.
생존자를 모두 구출했어요. 열심히 하다 보니 이런 날도 다 있네요.
그럴 듯한
Or slash.
일이라면 더 좋을 텐데 말이야.
다들 와서 이것 좀
Oh,
보게나.
come hither, fellows, and lend me your gazes!
이게 다
What is all this?
차들이 마치 탑처럼 쌓여
Cars
있어.
are heaped upon each other as if to form a tower. Sombre. The structures that seemed tower-like at a distance were actually cars stacked upon each other.
차들이 왜 이렇게
Why are so many piled up like this?
어떤
Oh, some have scripts upon their windshields. It must have been their families writing.
보고 싶다고
This one says, I miss you. The owners are coming back soon for them, right?
그럴 리가.
Not a chance.
설사 카지노에서
Even if they did return
돌아왔다
from the casino, they wouldn't be in the right state to happily reunite with their loving families.
뭐,
And how would you know that, Brodion?
드리자면 이 골목에
Well,
숨겨진
to play the auxiliary role of your tour guide, this here's the hidden landmark of the street.
도박꾼들의 말로지.
The bitter end of gamblers.
이곳은 콩콩이
And this
파스타게
served as a stepping stone for the Ting Tang gang to amass wealth and power by dealing with used cars.
로자.
So, Rodya, you've been to places like this pretty often, right?
뭔가 부연스러운
Got anything to
건
add?
없어?
Bet you could tell us some pretty interesting trivia.
아 몰라 기억 안 나.
Don't know. Don't remember a thing. I decided to forget all about the past and focus on what's in front.
저런 방해꾼들만 없으면
And it would be able to keep up to that self-promise if not for irritants like them. Oi, Bonin. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to goof around our turf? Or what? You here to sell your car? Nay, we mounted omnibus. We don't deal in organs, though. We don't deal in organs, though? Well, I guess a pair of eyes with pupils, especially colored as yours, might sell.
역시 제대로 찾아왔나 보군. 자네의 대장을 찾으러 왔어.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to get Don Quixote's eyes very easily. So you have come to the right place. We are here for your leader. You're pretty bold in facing the gang. Who do you work for?
우린 림버.
We serve under Limbus. An awkward silence passed. Asked you a question. Don't stop midway.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
겨우 이 정도야.
Huh? How are they all still standing? thought it was just the one wave.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 위험 인물 배제.
기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
금방 다녀올게.
무불사위.
꺼냈다.
위험 인물.
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
Oh my gosh!
금방 다녀올게.
이 팀의 제 뒤로 위험 인물 배제. 생존자를 모두 구출했어요. 열심히 하다 보니 이런 날도 다 있네요. 이 대검은 당신의 거미장 방패가 돼요.
야, 무슨 일이냐?
What's up?
형님,
Boss, some fossil you told where they're from rolled into town all of a sudden.
누가 보낸 거냐?
Who sent you? The way your dress tells me it ain't Los Habaneros or the Butchers.
지금이라도 싹싹
I'll give you a chance to growl for forgiveness. Do that and let you live with your limbs in tow.
그대가 입고 있는 옷을 순순하게
Should gladly partake in the part if you were to take off your clothing for us. That makes it sound kind of weird. Boss, I think it might be the odd pods people have been talking about. You know, we were to finagle with people's odors. What? Ugh, disgusting bunch. Let me tell you, that's no way to live. Arrow, soon the big boss of the gang, is looking at us with genuine disgust. I have not wanted to win a fight as desperately as I do now.
너냐?
Oh, I thought that was the boss. Yep, that sucks.
뒤로.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
금방 다녀올게.
이쯤에 제 뒤로. 위험 인물 해제.
Pass would have been a good choice for this.
너냐?
깔끔하게. 위험 인물.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
깔끔하게 물었군.
금방 다녀올게.
기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
이쯤에 제 뒤로.
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 이쯤에 제 뒤로. 위험 인물 해제.
이 천국이.
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
Sure bullied him.
이 바퀴벌레 같은 새끼들.
Darn little roaches.
대체
What the hell do you work for?
이쯤 되면
It's about time you told us.
우리는
We
림버스 컴퍼니에서 왔다.
finally won this millstone around the neck. That
거기가
doesn't
대체 어딘데?
help at all.
참고로 저와
Oh, and for reference, Effie and I work in a different department. Please don't associate us with them. The sheer frustration over our aversion to conversing sensibly must have played a considerable role in causing this boss to pass out. My condolences to the poor fellow's patience.
그런데 진짜 이 옷을 입어야 돼? 땀 냄새.
Do we seriously have to wear these though? Stuff reeks of sweat and blood and smells grody too. Reggie complained, lifting the shirt she took from a Ting Tang member with two fingers like she was handling trash.
털도 있어.
Yeah, some hair too. This is the first time I'm jealous of Dante's missing eyes. I can see, by the way.
생각보다 질은 좋아 보이는데.
This
얘네
looks
생각보다 돈 잘
pretty
벌어.
dandy, actually. I guess their business was more successful than I thought.
나랑 바꿔. 네.
Aren't that Bagsy?
아니, 맞춤형으로
I
제작된 줄
can't.
알았는데.
I can't. It's been tailor made. The label here says it's good for all girths. Noticing that my gaze was fixed on the label of his clothing, Effie barked.
애초에
wouldn't be doing any of this if you hadn't caused that ruckus at the pawn shop.
괜찮아요.
I don't mind. I've always wanted to try on clothes like these. It's like we're filming a movie.
조금 떨리네요.
To be honest, I'm a little nervous. It's been a while since I've worked in disguise.
난 내키지 않는다. 이런 건
I don't feel like it.
하는
This is the
짓이야.
coward's way.
저기 누가 이 사람
Sorry, but can someone please keep her mouth shut?
갈비뼈까지
You're free to try as long as you're good with your ribs being cut apart. Gregor's softly spoken riposte got the sinners to crack up. For a moment, Effie and Swade seemed to wonder how they should take it. Before deciding that it's not worth mulling over and moving on, Effie then lifted a small container that appeared to be inlaid with nacre. This is a wish Karen's received from the Ting Tang Gang's boss. Manager, here's a simple role for you. Simple role he can play. What are you?
무슨 말인지 모르겠다는 몸짓이니 설명을 드려야겠네요.
I guess we owe you an explanation, judging from your clueless motions. The long and short of it is that this thing contains J-Core's other singularity. This is a tool that sucks up wishes from people and stores them in some form of energy.
적당한 시점에 소망을 종이의 형태로 짜내면
When the time is right, squeeze that wish power onto a sheet of paper and voila! You get a one-use stick-on tattoo that boosts your luck to high heavens. Seems the plan was to try to win the game on the top floor by scraping up others' luck. Imagine the boss and Lowly gang was carrying one of these. Manager, Dante, right? I told you to hold on to this when we enter the I want you to hold on to this when we enter the casino. Am I really allowed to carry such a big responsibility? You don't look like you're oozing confidence. We do have reasons for assigning you to this task. First off, poker face is going to be vital when you're gambling. Yeah, no one's going to be able to read his face. No matter how good they are at reading expressions, they won't be able to tell what emotions to read from a clock. Exactly! Second, I trust that they've appointed you as manager for a reason. Call it a hunch, but something tells me you'll be more useful than those sinners you're leading. Come to think of it, he had a point. I was given the title of manager, but never had a chance to be the charismatic leader I'd envisioned. Instead of showing respect, my sinners would constantly berate and threaten me. The only real role I could afford to play was bringing them back to life. While the sinners were engaged in fierce battle, all I would do is cower behind them, anxiously praying that their heads and hearts were unscathed. With a heavy heart, I nodded to let him know I was ready. Alright, put this on your arm. You'll become the luckiest person in the city for a short while. Now then, you'll act as Ting Tangers, and we'll be croupiers. Break a leg, everyone. Guaranteeing that we'll see this operation to success no matter what. We opened the door to the casino.
이걸로 이번 주운과 결별을 하지 않았나. 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다만.
Yoink.
하루가 저물어가는 동안 나는 그저 서 있.
Oh.
하루가 저물어가.
Oh, is that Refraction Railways? I really need to do something about that issue. The casino could best be described as busy. Excessively cheery sounds blared from slot machines. The lights were so bright that some of our sinners had to cover their eyes. The security guards took note of our garish outfits to give us a customary nod. Suede and Effie, dressed as croupiers, discreetly nodded at us as they accompanied Roger to the casino's cage. I was amazed by their ability to feign expertise, from the way they carried themselves to the facial expressions they made. Few would doubt that they're long-time employees. What manner of sorcery are these dazzling contraptions? Try not to go saucer-eyed at everything like a fascinated kid, Don Quixote. They'll seem fishy. The guests here look dead inside with their dim eyes, and they smell worse than the ting-tang schmucks we faced. Do they even wash? I don't think they'd be too happy about you holding your nose right before their faces, Ishmael. But this is the kind of bilgy stench I'd only ever caught from deckhands. Fortunately, most of them were too focused on the machines to care about what we were doing. Andrew Esquire, hath thou seen such a thing? What must I do to hear the jolly bells as the other patrons are? I don't think I've been to one of these places before, so I wouldn't know. Looking at all the flashy symbols and numbers spinning had slowly eroded my resolve to act the part of a stern manager. I guess a little peek is fine. It says here to press the button. It's pressing it what not to do. I swear upon my minute and hour hands that I had no intention to press that button. Absolutely none. The hand I'd swiftly outstretched stopped Don Quixote from touching the machine unexpectedly fumbled and landed smack on the button. Yikes! And in an unpredictable series of coincidences, someone had left a token in it. Enough for one game. Wheels started spinning under fanfare. I could only watch as the chain of events unfolded.
그나저나 단테 씨는 콩콩이파한테서 회수했던 소망 티켓은 잘 부착하고 있겠죠?
About that. By the way, I hope Dante handles the wish circus he took from the Ting Tang gang with care.
그 관리자라는 자.
That manager? It's the only favor we asked of them. They'd better be doing a good job.
단테는 믿어도 돼.
You can count on Dante, dear duo. They're one of the few sensible pals who gets what's up.
다행이네요. 그렇게 많은
That's good to hear. With so many sheets attached, they should be able to win any game with ease.
무리 없이 이길 수 있을 거랍니다. 가장 중요한 건
We just need to be careful not to draw attention here. The players next to us stared with jaws dropped so far that their chins could touch the floor. Waves of casino chips plunged from the machine, so many that I wouldn't dare try to gather them up. I'm so sorry, Effie, Suede. I came here determined to do something right, and it fell apart all so soon.
다시 떴다고? 몇 번 모션?
갑자기 터졌어?
She's like that? No warning? Right now?
잠깐. 거기
A moment, please.
신원 확인 좀.
Let me just check your ID.
분위기가 왜 이렇게 험악해?
What's up with that girl? It's not crime to win big at a casino?
이곳에서 운이라는
Chance that this place doesn't work the way we think it usually does. You could accumulate your luck for a big payout or trickle in small amounts to break even. But winning the jackpot on your first try should be a literal impossibility here.
별처럼 쏟아져 내려오고 있어.
And chips are raining down like shooting stars!
적어도 관리자님만큼은 책임감이 있을 줄 알았는데 겨우 돈키호테 꼬임에 넘어간 건가요?
Hoped you of all people would have a sense of responsibility. It all took was Don Quixote's siren plea for you to give in.
실망이에요.
I'm
아무리 그래도
disappointed.
다른
You're
누구도
none
아닌
other than our
관리자님.
manager, and I expect you to show your capability and clear the disgrace of failure from us. Ishmael's barrage of scathing whispers was something to marvel at, as Gregor muttered in awe. Top of that, her piercing gaze I had never felt before. Made me want to weasel away under a rock, if there were one. For once, I thanked my clock for lacking eyes to meet her glare.
잠깐. 다만 문제는 아닌 것 같은데.
Now hold on, that might not be our only problem. Gregor was fretfully looking in every direction until he stopped to point at the shocking discovery he'd just made. And where he pointed?
언제부터 네 옷을 그대로 걸치고 있었어, 류슈?
How long have you been off your disguise, Ryoshu? It was a sullen Ryoshu, wearing the same clothes she's always worn.
난 남이 버린 옷 따윈 걸치지 않는다.
I don't put on others' discarded clothing. Okay, manager, but today isn't our day, huh? Yep. Looks like we're screwed. Royally. This can't be. All the work we did to put this plan in motion. Faust, what were you thinking volunteering to bring these fools along for your missions? They're supposed to have near unparalleled brilliance, right? Then use it! Even though I haven't worked with them for long, I was able to realize something. I have to become a Faust that believes in uncertainty. When the lack of a plan becomes the plan, all variables become constants. That is what my plan entails. I can't quite work out the logic in her reasoning there. Faust turned to me with a tranquil face. Thanks to her, my role might now become clearer. No, my role right now became clear. Alright, it's time for our usual gig. Let's kill and be killed. Are they trashed machines already?
예술이 뭔지 보여.
예상 못했나 봐.
금방 다녀올게.
예술이 뭔지 보여줘.
겨우 이 정도야? 겨우 이 정도야?
예상 못했나 봐.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 위험 인물 해제.
겨우 이 정도야? 할 건 없다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
위험 인물 해제.
He got away!
완벽하네. 오히려 살짝 싱거웠달까?
One moment. Okay. Still the same effective affinities.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거네.
답답해서 못 봐주겠군.
Can't stand watching this charade.
저런 어중이 떠중이
How much time are we gonna waste fighting those small fries?
보통 그렇게 말하는 사람치고
It's often the case that grumbling people don't have a clear solution to contribute. Listen to Ishmael's disapproval of Yoshu shook her head and assumed a confident look.
이런 게 예술이다.
This is art.
니놈, 그 칼 줘봐.
Potaster, give me the knife.
명령하사가도
You may
괜찮소.
forever take it from my hands.
날붙이가
The
나를
blade will be better off parting ways to wander about the air for however long.
감사.
Thank you. Yushu held his dagger and threw it straight into the air. It struck an anchorage on the ceiling that kept the chandelier still, causing it to sway precariously. Indeed, Yoshu may be weakened from what she once was because she became a sinner, but nevertheless, she was still the best swordswoman we had, able to cut through steel like a proverbial hot knife. Sure, she treats my words with less respect than she would a wad of gum, but that wasn't a problem. Everyone's eyes turned to the swinging chandelier. They eventually flustered by all the gazes falling upon it.
아스라이 가스라지는구려.
Thus, in a haze, it succumbs. Huh? Watch out! The chandelier crashed to the floor in full force, making a tremendous noise. And that's just all it did. Apparently, it broke a lot of the circuits for the lights. Nothing else happened. Both parties were left staring at the fallen light fixture in the middle of the floor. So, what was that for, Yoshu?
퍼포먼스다.
A performance.
방금
You
그렇게
just made that up, didn't you?
그래도
Still, I'm glad none of us were hurt.
앞으로
We'll have to
무사하게
see about
될지는
that.
모를 것 같-
신병 확보하겠습니다.
아직 안 끝났어.
Yeah.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
아름답진 않네.
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘.
깔끔하게 물었군.
How many enemies left?
금방 다녀올게.
제 뒤로. 괜히 차례에서
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
너냐?
깔끔하게 물었군.
이쯤에 제 뒤로.
한 예상보다 깔끔하게 물었군.
혹시나 해서 말하는 건데
just to make sure.
우리 목적이
You all know that our goal is to win the game
박살내기가
before
아니라
the game being held on the top
꼭대기층에서
floor,
벌어지는
not reduce the ground floor of the
뼈아프를
casino to
이겨야
rubble,
한다는
right?
거.
I was certain that some definitely didn't know or care, but I figured I'd rather not remind her.
꼭대기층에 도달하는
Not only
것도
must we reach the top
중요하지만
floor, we also have to win the game as our objective states.
우린 그럴 만한 양의
Thus, we need the wish power to
소망력이
make it happen.
있어야 우리가 힘겹게
I won't bother
쟁취한
reviewing in
소망력이
detail how the wish power we had
어처구니 없는
managed to
이유로
collect
한꺼번에
went down the drain for
물거품이
preposterous
되어버렸다는
reasons.
이야기는 이제
It'll only hurt our
언급할 수
morale. I had to keep my head down, feeling the pricks of conscience poking at my heart.
이곳에서 최대한 많은 양의 소망력을
Where can we
걸 수
secure the
있는
most
곳은
wish
어디지?
power of this place?
입구에 절 누르십니다.
That roulette next to the entrance. People who visit the casino try their daily luck using that roulette and take or yield wish power depending on the outcome.
그런가? 그럼
Is that
내가
so?
기회를 봤어. 저
Then let's seek out an
룰렛에
opportunity to
달린
snatch the
소망통을
container attached to it. Think you can pull that off?
가져와. 선 이것보다 더
I've carried out
기회를
countless
가져갈
operations
수도
much
없이
greater in
해봤어.
scale.
관리자님의 어처구니 없는
Your
실수
preposterous
따위
blunder
아무것도
amounts to
아니야.
nothing in the greater scheme of things, manager.
분명
It has
현명한
to be.
판단을 흐리게 만든
It has to have been the fault of the drudging drugs who obfuscated your ability to make sensible decisions. Don't let their words deter you. Preposterous. I see. Wait! While we were busy discussing backup plans, Heathcliff was already making a mad dash for the entrance. We were too focused on the conversation, or did we collectively lose our minds? In either case, none of us had a clue what he was up to. Heathcliff? Damn it. Is it time we stopped shouting and moved up already? Then he shouted at security from the top of his lungs. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? That blonde over there is as rookies as unfledged as he gets. That mate there we call her mage has a bad case of lost memories and can't wield a weapon to save himself. That's what you're struggling against? What a joke. Dare you? Heathcliff, that was too harsh. Here. Much too mean, Heathcliff. And last thing, that club you're holding deserves a better owner. Cocky little. The infuriated security guard swung the club with a furious wish. Exploding towards Heathcliff. And as Heathcliff swerved out of its way, the roulette behind him bore the force, being smashed to pieces. The wish container! Spouts of what I assume was once a wish power until moments ago poured through the poor remains of the roulette. As if a death throw was started an agonized scream for clapping her hands over her mouth. I couldn't help but turn away from this tragic sight. When I grow up, I want to be a wish sticker, giving hope to everybody. I could almost hear the unfulfilled dreams of those lost wishes in my imagination. Wait, let's not be thickos. Do you want to admit to your boss about breaking this thing while fighting us and get lambasted for it? Do you want to make it our fault and let us through? This was a month's worth of luck. Won't be any safer for you upstairs. Never been too close to safety anyway. Appreciate the advice. Heathcliff came to me with one of his shoulders dislocated, like when he was grazed by the club. What's the look? Do you think it fixed me up?
결심했답니다.
I've made up my mind. Starting now, I would ever try to discuss plans or anything similar with these people. It took you long enough to realize. Faust, this is one of those times where it's better to keep your mouth shut. With that, we dragged ourselves up to the next floor.
생존자를 모두 구출했어요. 열심히 하다 보니 이런 날도 다 있네요.
조직이 접수하고 있는
The atmosphere here seems rather different. It appears that now the syndicate has taken hold of this floor.
야, 너네 왜 쌍판떼기가 큰
Hey,
모양이야?
Oigan, what's with all the doom and gloom you're wearing on the face of yours?
2층의 룰 몰라?
Don't you know the rules here? Starlux are no. So put a hedge over that long face.
왜 내 쪽을 쳐다보면서
Why do
얘기하는
you say that while
거지?
looking at me? I will sink on you.
모분이 뭔데?
What's that mean?
모가지를
Snap your neck
분질러버린다는
completely.
뜻이다.
That's what. Easy, Yoshu. You shouldn't be so prone to starting fights.
야, 아니다. 얘 얼굴이 더
Hey, never mind that. This one has an even more problematic face, no? The chant is supposed to be your eyes. Yoshu, are you ready?
물론이지, 단테.
You bet, Dante.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Ah.
금방 다녀올게. 겨우 이 정도야?
아름답진 않네.
금방 다녀올게.
깔끔하게 물었군.
그래, 얘는 추가
위험인물 해제.
Well, crap.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
겨우 이 정도야?
이건 예상 못했나. 깔끔하게 물었군.
이쯤에 제 뒤로.
Stagger plus?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
위험인물 해제. 위험인물 해제.
이걸로 이번 주운과 결배를 넓히면 하지 않은 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다만.
그럴듯한 예술이라면 더 좋을 텐데 말이야.
너냐?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
삐친거리긴.
아름답진 않네.
확보하겠습니다.
Oh, come on!
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
깔끔하게 물었군. 자, 어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고.
이 정도야.
이쯤에 제 뒤로.
기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
깔끔하게 물었군.
너냐?
위험 인물. 최고로 위험 인물 그리고 해제. 생존자를 모두 구출했어요. 열심히 하다 보니 이런 날도 다 있네요.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
God, not again!
오늘 또 이랬어.
I lost once again! And once again, dang! When will this end?
잠깐 타임.
Oi, espera, time out. Now, dear customer here needs a little care. Dear customer, hope you haven't forgotten our rule, have you?
하지만
But that was all the money I had.
자꾸 분위기를
They
흐리시면
keep jumping more to the table. We might throw a pinata party out of you. What's a pinata party? I don't think I want to know. Pressured by gentle intimidation, the weeping guests stood up from their seat. And then, being handed a pair of maracas for the staff, they started dancing, sobbing all the way.
이건 또 뭐야?
What's this now?
우리 파가 접수하고 있는 층에 반드시 지켜야 할 규칙이 있어요.
This rule every visitor to this floor must follow. Or a tradition, mariachi, if you will.
도박이라 오로지
Gambling is entertainment, an activity done purely for fun. Thus, all the sadness and pain brought to you must be sublimated into dance.
이라면 내가 한 수 가르쳐 줄 수 있다네.
I made it doing such a bad job at a Spanish accent. Allow this night to demonstrate what dancing is about. Alas, they were harsher judges than they seemed.
이자는 안 되겠어.
This one won't do.
몸짓에
Movement
진심이
is
담겨 있지 않고
insincere.
그게 무슨 소리인가?
What on earth do you mean?
춤은 마음을
Dance is a window to the heart.
마음이 맑고
Without that clear, pure heart, it loses all meaning.
없어지는 것도
Is that foreshadowing? I wonder.
그대들
I find thine assessment rather disgracious.
점점 돌이킬 수 없어지는군.
It's getting further out of hand. What are you doing, Suede?
아, 심할서를 미리 쓰고
Oh, I
있었답니다.
was ready to deliver apology in advance. How an identity's level affects combat and skills. Try chaining a skill. Each skill has two values: offense level and defense. Offense level affects the following skills: attack skills and counter skills. Damage dealt increases in proportion to how much the attacker's offense level exceeds the target's defense level. This increased damage is shown here. You okay? Yeah, just a problem. Also, clash every 3 points of offense level advantage of the target's offense level translates to 1 point of clash power advantage. All identities have the defense levels affecting the amount of damage they take. Offense level and defense level are stats that grow in proportion to an identity's level. The level difference between allies and enemies can greatly affect combat difficulty. Make sure your identities are leveled up enough if an encounter feels too challenging.
너냐?
이건 예상 못했나봐. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 이건 예상 못했나봐. 깔끔하게 물었군.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
한 건 했다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
위험인물 해제. 위험인물 해제.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지. 기다려. 아직 안 끝.
이 팀의 제 뒤로. 이 팀의 제 뒤로. 위험인물 해제.
Seems I got a bit careless.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
얘는 처리했고.
깔끔하게 물었군.
저도 말하면서 어처구니가 없지만
As absurd as it sounds, if we want to leave this floor early, we're going to need to touch their hearts with a powerful dance. As you all know, my memories are hazy, so dance, is it? Can't say all too familiar. Amnesia came in handy as an excuse to opt out of things at times like this. Of course, I haven't actually forgotten what dance is, but there's no need to be too honest about it, is there? Say, Honglu, have you taken dance lessons or anything?
경검을 배웠는데
I learned a little beyond the there only had 3 instructors teaching me. To perform it, I'll need a few masks, fans, makeup, and you aren't gonna find them here. Next. Well, I did step on a good few feet of snobbish aristocrats at balls. And her voice expresses fear.
뭘 쳐다봐요?
Me? I spent half of my life on a ship. Another spam bot on kick.
오랜만에 칼춤을 추는 것도
Sword dance for the first time in a while doesn't sound bad. I'll kill it on the floor.
평생 박자라고는 아침 점원
Though the only beats I've danced to throughout my life are morning exercise programs during roll call. If the manager so demands, I'll immediately see to it that...
단테, 내가
Well,
다른 건다
Dante, I'm good at most things, but my dance is kinda embarrassing. I might rage out of control from the stimulation and charge for the audience's heads.
호스트는 대체로 춤을 즐기는 편이 아니지만 작전을 위해서라면 기꺼이 해볼 수는 있어요. 하지만 저들이 원하는 건
It's not technical perfection they want. They're looking for something that's stable and unpolished, rather.
싱클레어. 어렸을 때 춤 좀 씹어본 적 있지?
You busted a move or two as a kid, didn't you? Sorry, Sinclair, it looks like you've been volunteered.
씹어요?
Bust? I suppose I took a basic Baracus course at school as a liberal arts class. Keep her from a rich family, too. How'd you figure that out, Roja?
걸음걸이나 말투만
I can
봐도
tell from the way he walks and talks.
반대로 못 배운
On the other hand,
것들은
uncultured ones, pfeh, it shows, you know. Roja quietly giggled while looking at Heathcliff, then snuck up behind Sinclair to wrap her arms around his shoulders.
자, 우리
Okay,
싱클레어.
now, my little Sinclair, I have a
지금부터
very,
정말
very important task for you. Hey, Roger, where are you? Moments later, Sinclair solemnly walked onto the stage. Might as well row him with Cuban Pete's.
맞아요. 히스클리프 저 인간한테
Yeah, think of all the times Heathcliff trampled over you. Hey, I'm... And Sinclair turned to Rhodia, still looking anxious. Am I
제가
really able to do this?
아니지, 싱클레어.
Wrong question, Sinclair.
오지.
This is something only you can do. He turned determined to nod.
손목의 스냅, 심취한 표정, 절제된 리듬, 완벽하다.
The wrist rocking, that pensive expression, restrained rhythm. Perfection! It's calm.
하지만
It's the calmness that stirs my heart.
마음을 뒤흔든다.
This young man, he's channeling something from within.
승화.
Sublime.
내면에 억눌린
He's
어둠과
fighting repressed darkness and in a turmoil with the body's motion. Oh, the embers lingering glowing ash, heating the rhythm, for gestures to be struck along. This conjures an image. What of a bonfire that's burnt through the whole night? We're witnessing the coalition.
거대한 캠프파이어. 그곳에서 춤을 추듯 휘날리는 잿가루들의
Cotillion? I've never seen that word before. Of ash dancing atop its remnant. Sorry, what?
나 우리 조직에 들어올래.
Young man, won't you consider joining us? You have the potential to grow big.
그 아이는 우리 회사 소속이에요. 허가 없이 인재를 빼내오려 하는 행동은
That
심각한
boy belongs to our company.
위해서이고요.
You should know that siphoning valuable talent from their current employment without promotion is a serious crime. Just a few hours ago, Sinclair was only one moron in our band of blunderheads, but now he's been elevated to the company's valuable asset. What a fine performance! You wish to go to the top floor, right?
올라가라.
You may pass. You've earned the right. Be warned though, the folks upstairs won't be as reasonable. They have no concept of festivity in their heads. Sinclair came back to us with an invigorated look.
제 속에서 솟아나오려.
The things well up inside me. This is what it was about.
왜 그렇게 어려울
It makes
것
you wonder why I thought
없을까?
it'd be hard. I feel much more comfortable now. I was curious to know the inner struggle he'd expressed through dance that had touched the syndicate to their core. And what kind of hardship a young gentleman like him could have gone through. Now, there's probably a story for another Kanto. But those questions could wait. For now, we headed upstairs to the third floor.
이걸로 이번 주군과 결배를 낼도 머지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다마는.
언제나 준비되어 있네.
Yeah, that should do.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
이건 또 뭐다냐?
What do we have here?
너희 여기가 어딘 줄 알고 기어올라 왔냐?
Do you fellas have any idea what you've just walked into?
몸으로 껄떡거리다간 몸을
Try bucking about it, we'll make the most acrobatic poses known to man out of you. What kind of threat is that? I mean, the threat is supposed to feel, well, threatened. That one just has me feeling confused.
그런 다음에 손가락 마디마디마다 조각내서
Okay, that's more of a threat.
환영 인사가 참 살벌하네요.
Sheesh, some warm welcome that was.
내가 이런
I'm not meant to let introductions like that go
인사를
unanswered. Oi, dust up!
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라.
Intruder alert. How'd they get in? Intruder window.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
Oh, come on!
위험인물
이건 예상 못했나봐. 깔끔하게 물었군.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
내 팔은 변해 있었어. 이건 예상 못했나봐.
이 팀의 제 뒤로.
뻔하지. 예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
So much resonance.
아름답진 않네. 나의 승리다. 고작 이 정도로 들떠한다면 예술가의 자격은 없는 거지.
Still slash damage.
네, 문제 없어요.
내가 나설 차례인가?
너냐?
신병 확보하겠습니다.
this is going badly.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
그 자식은 아직 살아 있을 거야.
Get over here!
생각대로 되었어. 출진이다.
그래, 얘는 처리했고. 그래, 얘는 처리했고.
가라앉는군요.
이쯤에 제 뒤로.
출진이다. 달려라 루신한테. 정의는 승리한다.
이쯤에 제 뒤로.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
위험 인물 배제.
완벽하다. 나의 승리다.
이쯤에 제 뒤로. 위험 인물 배제. 생존자를 모두 구출했어요. 열심히 하다 보니 이런 날도 다 있네요.
Get the feeling I'm in for a wake-up call, boss, any time now.
내가 나설 차례인가?
너희들 대구박도 간수 잘해라.
You'd better keep your nuggets safe and sound, cause for kick the kid, we might need something around.
듣고 있었어.
I almost forgot. These are the ones known for their coarse language.
주둥이로만 장장
Rumor has it they
수십
took down
명의
dozens of rival syndicate
심심한
members with
전멸
just
시켰다는
psychological
소리지.
damage inflicted via their tongues. Oh! So they're basically bards that spam vicious mockery.
야, 너네 말
What?
할수
You watch your
있어?
mouths roll up.
너희는 뭔데 그리
You
꼬라보냐?
these nitwits. Keep us out of sight, would you? Them big, bulgy doggy eyeballs are nervy.
아야, 아서라.
Easy, bud. I took a shot and crack at one of them's eggs earlier. My voice echoed like the whole Nago's cave empty.
에헤이, 어째 해골통 안에 우동사리도 안 들었냐?
Don't brush me sideways. They don't even got a string of egg noodle for brains. What's the round thing on their shoulders then? A bag of gas? Think they all take lessons in assholery from the same class?
아니,
I mean, it was kind of funny. Not sure what you're looking at me for. Dad. Oh, bloody Dad! Kind of makes me wonder if they might actually be Vikings. Vikings had a tradition of that kind of thing. It's called flighting. This is going badly. Close enough.
완벽한 거리.
피청거리기나.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
그 자식은 아직 살아 있을 거야.
Come here, you!
이 팀의 제 뒤로.
이 안에 담아주지. 너냐?
이 팀의 제 뒤로.
얘는 처리했고.
I should probably swap out Don Quixote.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
뻔하지. 자, 나의 승리. 가라앉는군요.
얘는 처리했고.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
이 안에 담아주지. 이 틈에 제 뒤로.
Oh my gosh. They just won't keel over and die.
출진이다!
나의 승리다. 뻔하지.
그래, 얘는 처리했고. 그래, 얘는 처리했고.
What should we do? We won't get anywhere if we keep fighting. To my surprise, Ishmael let out a chuckle.
뭘 어떡하긴요.
Let's consider. We have our trump card. We have what now?
저들은 아직 모르는
Just the
거예요.
right person to teach them something legit.
잘 해서 를 한 다음에 그 다음에 를 해서 에 담그는 거지. 마지막으로
I never knew it was possible for the human tongue to give such detailed accounts of something so sickeningly gruesome. The thug's eyes were uncharacteristically twinkling. Some were even taking notes.
나 방금 살짝 감탄했지.
Wait, damned, she had to be struck.
거기서
Ooh-wee, that stab couldn't be bolder.
바닥에
What they call wizardess of the tongue, eh, lady?
아니, 악마의 주둥.
Ah, that has to be the gob of a witch, yeah. Even Heathcliff, the man who must have had a rougher life than most of the back streets, shuddered by the end of it. I cannot help but applaud the creativity. Indeed, the pen, nay, the tongue, is mightier than the sword.
저도 뱃사람에 짬바가 있어서 말은
I thought I was pretty familiar with the sailor's mouth, but being a seafarer for half my life. This made me realize my vocabulary was only at the tip of the iceberg.
위에서 대체 무슨 생각으로 여러분을 모아놓았던 건지 도통 이해가 가진 않았어요.
I would just be, but that smile just seems like it's really pained now.
아마 이해를 바라고 계획한 건 아닐 거예요.
I don't suppose the land was meant to be understood by the likes of us.
지금도
I'm still having trouble figuring out the meaning of this personal measure. But I guess this isn't so bad after all. Sod finally reached the stage of acceptance. Congratulations.
방금의 결투를 눈으로 그려냈다. 분명 이것은 걸작이었을 것이다.
There we go. This isn't good. We've reached the top floor, but we don't have nearly enough wish power.
걱정 마.
No worries. I should tell you this. It's finally time.
사실 아까 전당포에서 슬쩍한 소망력이 있어.
I actually pinched a little wish power back at the pawn shop. It's not a lot, but it should be just enough, right? What do you showed us a wish sticker sheet with a few labels left on it.
왜 진작 말을 안 한 거예요?
Why didn't you tell us earlier?
도박은 포커 페이스여야
Like you said,
하면서
gambling is all about keeping a poker face. Wouldn't want to see one of us slip and complicate things.
대장 역할 잠깐 빌려도 되지?
As for the boss role, mind if I borrow it for a sec, Dante? I nodded, seeing as I wasn't really doing much of this, guys. Anyways, even if I were committed to the action, it would only be right for me to forfeit it with my knees bent, since things played out the way they did. I would have been vehemently against this only hours ago, but now,
잘 생각했어.
good thinking. I've never lost once in anything where money was involved.
자,
All right,
선수 입장.
the contestant enters.
뭐야? 아직 다 안 왔나
Wait,
보네.
I'm not the last. There goes my cool entry.
넌
You
내
are.
이름은 로지온.
My name's Rodion. I'm here to gamble for the right to access the basement.
소망력 약탈자로 유명한 그 콩콩이파 보스를 드디어 만나나 싶었는데 신원도 불확실한 주제에 너무 당당히 들어오는 거 아니야?
I was looking forward to finally meeting the infamous Wish Power Whisker in person. Look who we get instead. Aren't you a little too confident for some unidentified stranger?
촌스러워.
What a dull take. It's not who you are that matters in this world, right? It's about who wins.
뭐? 그건 맞아. 이것까지 도달했던 것만으로도 충분히 자격이 있는 거지.
Well, you aren't wrong there. The fact that you're able to get here is proof enough that you're qualified.
난 아이디야.
A pleasure. I'm Ida.
그리고 이쪽은
And this is... Is that Saphira auto-tuned? Because it sure sounded like it.
로봇? 아니, 의체?
뭘 보냐? 전신 기계 의체는 처음 보냐?
What's that stare? Never seen a full-body prosthetic before?
이거 너무
Isn't that model
모델 아니야?
a bit too antiquated?
써야 될 것 같은 생김새인데.
It looks like it belongs in a museum.
이것이 좋은 것이지. 여러 번 덧들으니 웬만한 신형보다 튼튼이여.
Yeah, that Sephiroth is definitely auto-tuned. Old as gold, as they say. Patched up a few times, and now it's sturdier than most new ones.
그러잖아.
Why is that boy being so sluggish about coming here anyway? Arrogant brat thinks he can show up late to serious business, eh?
지각을 하고 앉았어.
Pardon me. I had an urgent matter.
소냐, 주인공병 같은 거 있어?
You think the world revolves around you, Sonia? Do you crave attention so much that you have to arrive late and be showered in glares?
그런 건 아니었어요.
I didn't mean to. If anything, you'd fit better as the protagonist of life, Ida.
오랜만이야, 로즈.
It's been a while, Rodya.
뭐야? 둘이
What's up? You two know each other?
고향 친구.
Let's say that we share a hometown.
로즈.
Isn't that right, Rodya?
너
So,
역시 아직도
are you still
리더를 하고 있는
leading the Euro Divier then?
글쎄.
Don't know. It's too early to say still. You're the one who left on your own just like that.
자자.
Now, that's enough chatting. Since we have all the players, let's go over the rules again.
카지노 동시 입찰권을 가진 이 4명. 소냐, 아이드, 철공애, 그리고 콩콩이파 보스의 수상 게임 중엔 어떤 편법도 허용되지 않아. 걸리는 순간 바로 탈락. 당연하지만 소망력이랑 관련된 그 어떤 물건도 쓰면 안 되고.
걸리는 순간 내가 토막을 내버릴 것이오. 아주 조사불납게.
Anything involving witch power is forbidden. Go figure.
총 3판의 게임을 하고 제일 칩을 많이 따는 쪽이 우승. 심플하지?
Sounds pretty straightforward.
이긴 사람은
Winner will get to take the elevator to the underground portion where the golden bow is.
이전 카지노 주인이
It's the treasure the former owner of this casino was so desperate to claim, digging a whole tunnel to unearth it.
갑자기 원인
But then they suddenly croaked for some reasons
우리가
unknown,
운이 좋게
making us the
공동체가
lucky
되었지만
bidders.
뒤가 구리게 죽었다는 걸 우아하게도 표현하네.
What an elegant way to put it that they died under shady circumstances.
로즈.
Oh, Rodya, you're still as cynical as ever, huh?
시끄러.
Shut it. How do you guys all know about the golden bow, though? Didn't think it would be so widely known to the public.
이름 있는 조직들 사이에서는
Any syndicate worth its name has caught wind of the stories. Those about the golden bow buried down here, the riches and fame it'll bring to the owner.
그러고 보니
If that's the case, seems someone has gained an interest for worldly luxuries, huh? I thought you wanted me to stay away from those things, Sonia.
황금 가지는 더
The
대단한
golden
힘을
bow
가지고
can be used to achieve far greater things, Rodya. My purpose has stayed the same: destroy the system of oppression and exploitation, preventing the concentration of wealth. Gee, why does that sound familiar? Yeesh, there he goes again with the grand words. So what's stop him?
미안해요.
My apologies. Reminded me of the old times.
재밌다.
It's funny. I used to keep you from your obsession with gambling and money.
이제는
Yet here we are at the same table, keeping our hands of cards from each other in a gamble with our goals on the line.
네 목표는 뭐지?
What is your goal?
이긴
To win.
그래.
Of course.
어느덧 마지막 판이네. 다들 자기 눈앞에 있는 집 개수는 확인하고 있는 거지?
We're at the final round. You all keeping a good eye on your chips?
난 올인.
I'm all in.
올인?
와, 해가 이쁘게
Dealt a nice hand, huh, Rodya? That swagger, you've always been rubbing me the wrong way, you know that? You're pushing yourself to the edge, so what are you counting on?
난 원래
I'm the kind of gal who
마지막에
bets everything she has at the end. Stop right there. Pull your sleeve up. Don't think I didn't see you being sneaky.
뭐야?
Huh? You just put on one of them wish stickers you got from the Ting Tang boss man on your arm. You're trying to rake in all the chips this round so you can have the golden bow all to yourself. Look, everyone. Right underneath her hand. This thing. It's got to be the sticker, eh?
증거 있어?
Got proof?
로즈.
Sorry, Rodya, but can I take a look at your wrist for a second? Nah, you aren't. Don't you touch her. As far as I know, you two might be in cahoots. Now, I'll lay your arm bare, so keep your eyes peeled, right? Knew this sly little fox would play dirty.
뭔가
Hold on now. The situation and dialogue all feel awfully familiar. I seen this before somewhere?
덩치가 아깝다. 쪼잔하게 꼭 이렇게까지 해야겠어?
Small-minded for someone so big. Do you really have to be petty about this? Didn't they teach you that with stolen wish power comes strict responsibility? Gee, why does that sound familiar?
영화를 너무 많이 봤네.
No, read too many comics.
그러다가 없으면
If you find nothing, will you fold and walk out? Ha, you've got guts. Fine. I'll bet all my stakes that there's a piece of the wish power on your wrist. What do you say?
똑같지 뭐.
Same as yours. So one of us is about to go bust then. Scared, are you? Oh, that's cute. You get that somewhere? Anyway, that means your words are final, eh? Oh my, this is going exactly how I remember. I'm pretty sure the conclusion was... Here goes. Let us confirm then. What? What's going on here? I saw it. I saw a little fox rubber wrist. There's no way. That means you're out. What a pity.
탈락이면 어떻게 되는데?
What happens to the loser then? Lop off a hand or something? You're joking, right, Rudy? There's no point in removing a prosthetic hand. No, this can't be right. The defeated will be shown generosity, but false accusations need to be taken care of with more caution. Hang on, are you...
이게 무슨...
That was a bit excessive. What in the... For being sick, can you please give me a warning? Just a little one. Well, look at all the grease and spinal fluid. Ugh. Remember, Roja? There's a trash compactor we saw at the waste disposal in our back streets. I told you back then that we proletarians should unite to take down the ruling class and build a new society. So then you replied, if you mean we should round up the rich and flatten them under one of these compactors, then I'm all for it.
정확하게는 짜부려 터트려야 한다고 했어.
Small correction, I said crush and pop 'em. Is that so? Who the heck does he think he is? Hassan Piker? Roger, are you still willing to return to your Devier? Did you all hear a loud slam just now? Undoubtedly, after a quarrel about wish power and the like. What? Did they find out? Wait, quick, go ahead, turn that clock.
밀지 좀 마요.
Gosh, please stop pushing. Ah! Whoa! Fortunately, the door we were leaning against was a flimsy wooden frame covered with rice paper. We all tumbled into the room as the door fell. Wait. Slash. Okay.
예술을 보여주지.
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
내가 필요해? 빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
너네는 다 뭐니?
What are you supposed to be? Roja, how did it go? Made new friends in the meantime, have you, Roja? Sonia laid his hand of cards upon the table. The game is over. You win, Rodion. I have no objections. He then left through the door and didn't return. Instead, a deafeningly hollow clap suddenly filled the room. Caramba, I enjoyed the spectacle, but I'm not as cool as Sonia. Since you brought your friends, why don't I introduce some of mine as well? You know, pretty sure I heard a member of your syndicate say that gambling was purely entertainment for you.
결과에 바로
So this isn't.
승복하는 것보다는
So isn't this more entertaining than accepting defeat right away?
누가 이기든 간에 힘으로 밀고 갈
You were gonna
생각이었는데.
push away on with force regardless of who won, weren't you? Think about it. I have strength and manpower. So why would I give up on the golden bow because of round or 3 of games said so?
그래. 차라리
Alright then, I'm actually glad you're a rebel.
나도 아까부터 좀
I was
있을
starting to get
때쯤이라서.
bored of sitting around too.
금방 다녀올게.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지. 기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
이 정도야?
이쯤에 제 뒤로.
Of course, it's their defense power.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 깔끔하게 물었군.
위험 인물 해제.
Yeah, boy.
너냐? 이쯤에 제 뒤로.
이건 예상 못했나봐.
Ew. Now, guess it's time for some of them to split.
너냐?
깔끔하게 물었군.
이쯤에 제 뒤로. 이쯤에 제 뒤로.
깔끔하게 물었군.
아름답다.
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
What's with that spotlight?
금방 다녀올게.
Uh-oh.
뒤로. 이쯤에 제 뒤로.
금방 다녀올게.
이쯤에 제 뒤로.
아름답진 않네.
I guess the whole trick to taking her down was to just get her to lose a clash. Or maybe two.
생존자를 모두 구출했어요. 열심히 하다 보니 이런 날도 다 있네요.
Yes. Actually, I think this will work. Okay. Yeah, that's one one's a bit lower. He's dragging us down. Oh, it's certainly not him, of course. That should... Forget it. Do it.
끝내러 가볼까?
Trying our best not to step on the crushed remains of the TQ cruise boss. Sinclair barely manages to hold back the urge to gag. We reach the elevator. Odia was the first to complain about the dead insects during our last expedition, but here she got to the lift and pressed the basement button without a grumble. And once the group quieted down, Suede hit Rhodey with a barrage of pent-up questions. How did you manage to win without even using any wish power? No, before any of that, what made you so sure that you'll win regardless? Yikes, hold your horses, gal. One question at a time, okay? But just spun around, talking Suede into calming down, and then slowly began to elaborate. Let's see. JQ Crew's boss had been keeping an eye on the Teen Tank gangs all along. How did you know that? You couldn't have read the tells from his mechanical body.
당연한 얘기야.
He had every reason to. After all, it was a well-known fact to them that the Teen Tank gang owned a wish power extractor.
이번 도박에서도
He must have been totally sure that the boss or someone representing him would make use of it for this game.
그럼
So, you deliberately made it look like you're using a sticker so that he'd call you out on it.
맞아.
Yep, then I declared I'm going all in. And it didn't seem suspiciously ballsy in his eyes.
모든 도박은
When a gambler creates her own momentum and rides it.
봐봐.
I mean,
너희도
look,
내가 소망 스티커를
you
가지고
guys
있는
thought I'd
것처럼
pop the wish
생각했잖아.
stickers, right?
사실 소망
If I'm being real,
스티커는
wish stickers and all that stuff are just hopes and desires given important sounding labels in the end.
스스로에 대한 믿음이
Someone with
확실한
unshakable
사람들은
faith in themselves,
그냥 그
it's
사람이
nothing more than a weird
소망이
piece of paper.
그럴 리가. 제2사의 소망력 특이점은 이미 광범위하게 증명된 정식 기술이에요.
That can't be true. J-Core's wish power related tech is an officially approved semi-singularity with widely proven efficacy.
수만 명의 사람들이
Thousands of people rely on wish power for every aspect of their lives.
요즘 같은 시대엔
I guess there's nothing like it to give people a confidence boost in this day and age.
하지만
But me,
난 다르다는
I'm
말씀.
different.
난 옛날부터
I've always
스스로에
believed in
대한
myself.
믿음이 있다는 걸 마음이
To have faith means that the mind may avoid crashing into the depths.
그 믿음
Pray tell,
어떻게 하면
how
얻을
do
수
you go about
있겠어?
acquiring that faith?
아 그거?
Oh, that? It's
진짜
actually super
간단한
simple.
방법인데.
I'll let you down the secret, so
특별히
listen up.
찬스해주세요. 제일 쩌는 건 나니까 누가 무슨 소리를 짓거리든 다 개소리구나 하고 흘리면 돼.
She's kidding, right?
확실히 맞는 말이네요.
묻지 않았던 쪽.
Perhaps you should have asked at all. Oh, don't tell me that's how you've been treating my words. Sadly, the victor's joy didn't last for long. The cave was filled with the sounds of pickaxes struck against craggy. I guess it's supposed to be striking against craggy walls. We saw security guards keeping strict watch over a vault. It felt as though it were sending us a note of warning that we wouldn't reach the bottom so easily.
잠깐만.
Hold on a sec. There's no point in us winning the game then. Why do we have to be so sneaky about this? And who are these slaves picking away at rocks?
우리가 소유권을 얻은 건
Although we've
맞지만
earned ownership, we have nothing proper to show as proof that we won, and we're more or less intruders to them. In all fairness, anyone would have thought of us as thieves if they saw us awkwardly hiding near the vault.
어마어마하네요. 불을 타는 중에도 알뜰살뜰 금고까지 만들어놨군요.
What a stunning sight! Would I die? Please bear me an amount of cash like that. I want to fill my lungs with the scent of bills for my final breath. William, I don't know if you've heard, but you can't take it with you. By the way, about that man who's at the table, did you know him from somewhere? A friend from back home. Something tells me the history between you two runs deeper than just that. Greg, love reunions are always uncomfortable. Didn't you feel the tension that time you ran into your former comrades? Can't argue with that.
철창들 속에 뭔가 움직이고 있네요.
Things are moving inside these cages.
애완동물이라도 부르는
Are
걸까요?
they pets that might be raising, perhaps?
당신네 집에서는 철창을 부술듯이 뒤흔드는 걸 애완동물이라고 말하나 보죠.
Does your family usually count creatures violently shaking their cages as pets?
대종들이군요.
It's the Pecatula. Did they think they could tame abnormalities? Dear Yuri would have knocked 3 grown adults out cold with a scoff if she heard that.
유리 씨.
Oh, Yuri.
이론적으로는
It
가능해요.
should be theoretically possible,
인간을 지나는
provided they possess a similar level of intelligence to humans and that an empirically proven method of managing them exists, that is.
뭐
If it didn't work out, I guess they could have made good guard dogs.
어라.
Oh,
이분들
I'm
자세히
taking a
보니
close look. These people have fingers or other parts of their bodies bitten off. Thankfully, he didn't add, "Is this in fashion?" or their obnoxious remarks this time.
이런 게 유행인가 봐.
Almost. Almost didn't. Alright. Let's see. Yeah. Lust and gloom. How convenient.
경호원의 죄종들까지
Got security guards in Pekatula. This is starting to be a bother.
무슨 좋은 수 없어 그래?
Got any ideas, Greg? You fought on the front lines before. Try something. What does that have? Hey, don't push! Being shoved out of cover by Rodia, Gregor stumbled forward, separated from us. Then bumping into a slave who was busy digging away at rocks. They seemed to pause for a moment in awkwardness. Hey there. Looks like the way things are going here here isn't all too pretty for the both of us, eh? How about we let this slide? We're not after the cash stored in that vault. I mean, I wouldn't say no if we were offered it, but the point is we're just looking for a way downstairs. Nothing here to make any fuss. Not here to make any fuss. Why don't we pretend this never happened and go our own ways? 47,920,000. 47,910,000. 47,900,000.
알아듣게 얘기하는
Speak some sense or I'll barf on your hands. Someone who often speaks in riddles herself, Yoshu's patience sure wore out quickly. She gripped the sheath of her sword as she threatened the worker. I can't say for sure, but I think she meant she'll break all the remaining fingers on the person's hands. At this point, I'm more scared of how quickly you got that. Repay all the debts before I can go back to my family. They said they'll take off one on for every swing. 47. How much was it? Don't talk to me. I have to count. Hold on, what's that noise over there? Ah, shoot. Cornered Gregor suddenly started shouting in a remarkably out of character voice. We can't live like this anymore. This is outrageous. The tyranny to tie people up and force them to dig. Let us all rise up and fight our oppressors. Go! Onward! The hell is that? Propaganda. This was regrettably ended in failure. Greg, sweetie, here's the thing about those people. They ended up here by living their whole lives as scum, exploiters and exploitees. Weren't expecting some half-baked speech to be enough to wake up the revolution inside them, were you? Before you attempt an instigation operation next time, be sure to train your acting skills to at least an intermediate level. Oh, Greg, have you never tried acting your whole life? Look, I embarrassed myself. Gregor's terrible acting must have even agitated the security as well. That explained them opening up those locked cages in a potentially risky move. Oh, goody.
완벽한 거리.
이제 끝내지.
No, it seems like either way I'm gonna have to go through one of those two.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거네.
금방 다녀올게.
너냐?
신병 확보하겠습니다.
깔끔하게 물었군.
위험 인물
Could
해제.
have just gone straight across. Probably should have.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 이건 예상 못했나봐.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
Yeah, he's pretty good at winning clashes.
예술이 뭔지 보여.
위험 인물 해제.
Next. Alright, so that's gluttony. Okay. Here's gluttony and gloom. Okay. do.
나의 상대는 어디 있는가?
다녀올게.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Yeah.
완벽한 거리군. 기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Not like it really matters.
완벽한 거리.
깔끔하게 물었군.
잠깐.
Oh, wait.
이것들 왜
Why are they coming this way? Stop! I said stop! Get them away from me! Hurry! 47,900,000. Debtors kept on swinging their pickaxes. 47,900,000 picks left and counting. We were able to find our way down using this opportunity.
빚쟁이들의 도움을 받은 셈이 됐군.
So we did get help from the debtors after all.
우연이지 뭐.
Just a coincidence. Woody replied with an apathetic look. Molding chamber?
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
형형색색의 매끈한 플라스틱으로 이루어진
It's a freight container made of smooth and colorful plastic.
단순한 공장 시설이라고 판단하기
Why does that kind of look like a progress bar?
의존적인 소재가 많다.
The prevalence of peculiar materials suggests that this was not a simple manufacturing facility. As soon as Marisol finished, the colorful yet ominously designed container activated with a cheery tune. I've got a bad feeling about. Aren't there any security guards around now? Well, was all I could mutter before the answer revealed itself to us. The doors of the container opened as it finished operating, and inside. Oh, that's definitely an abnormality. You want to get beat heartily? Highly excited. Thoroughly abusing the game of death.
이 구간부터는
It appears they redoubled the excavation efforts from this point onward.
그게 아니고서야.
I can't think of any other reason to augment humans on a conveyor belt. Yeah, I get it. Now let's move. They're pointed right at us, singing that spooky song. game's got quite the soundtrack. I don't like the sound of that.
너냐?
적을 난파시켰습니다.
피친거리군.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Now that's quite the staggering display. Nah.
완벽한 거리군.
깔끔하게 물었군.
나의 승리다.
한 건 했다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테. 금방 다녀올게.
나의 승리다.
Oh dear. In the middle of the factory, you find a vending machine with large buttons. They're colorful and fancy. You feel a strong compulsion to press them. Which one will you press? Gain 3 ego gifts, but...
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
Die when count reaches 5. Reduce max HP by 20% per count. Huh.
행동을 개시합니다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Gosh, I hope that works.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
defeated the enemy, but now it is back up. What's going on? It's that surgery thing. Each time they go down, they get one. They get a stack of it. Yeah.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
See, how do those cyborgs keep coming back? As soon as we're discussing, perhaps those beings are not alive. That way, they would not be able to die. No, we're not getting philosophical here. To me, it looked like we're building a brick wall. I think I'm hearing something from that factory in the back. The group turned their gaze to this factory behind the cyborgs. Matak clanking could be heard from the place that was quiet until moments ago. Maybe we should take a look at that shady facility. We might want to do something about the cyborgs first just to be safe. Perhaps earn enough time to get through that by incapacitating the biggest one. Will do. Don't stop me. Don't stop me. Don't stop me.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Getting done the largest cyborg as planned, you got to the factory in time. This looks like some kind of toy plant. The Senator's comment on the huge mechanism. Come behold this curiosity. The Senator pointed to a control panel with several buttons attached to it. You love the city you live in? What should you press? Pretty sure the correct answer to that is yes. Right? Man. Okay, fine. Huh? Now I can't press any of these. Sure. Notice the factory exploded with a massive bang. You managed to stop it from working, but the sensors were caught up in the explosion as well. Looks like you should get out of here first, don't you think? Oh, whoops. Hand. There you go. Oh.
너냐?
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
너냐?
나의 승리다.
There we go. Let's see. During battle, if an ally takes lethal damage, the HP won't go below 0. The next one fully heal their HP and gain 3 surgery. They will die at the end of the battle. That's reassuring. be more mooks. Mooks, goons, whatever you want to call them. Ah, yep. Oh, yeah.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 신병 확보하겠습니다. 신병 확보하겠습니다.
아름답진 않네.
There we go. Man, what is this place? Grunty Industries? Let's see. Exiting the passage, you see a group of cyborgs gathered around a huge roulette. Oh, highly excited. Oh, highly excited. Thoroughly amusing. The game of death. They approach you chanting in strange beats. It looks like they want you to play a game of roulette. What should you do? Rhodia proudly proclaimed as she stepped forward. You could see a mixture of anticipation and excitement on her face. Liking red color. Liking red color. Like it. Like it. A group of cyborgs yelled along to a strange rhythm. Red 4. Exalting the number high, they spun the roulette. Then they handed a roulette ball to one of the sinners. The upgraded coupe fell to the ground, buzzing and sparking. Even its final throws felt rhythmic.
다른 애들이었으면 못했을걸?
See, the chuckling cyborgs went back to the roulette. Alright, the upgraded coupe fell to the ground, buzzing and sparking.
아름다운 작품을 하나 만들었지.
Let's see, there's something glowing in their pile of tin rubble. Carefully pick it up. Rainbow mainspring? What does that do? Let's see. Start of the turn, apply 2 protection to the ally with the least HP. Not bad.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
It's probably because of the shade of pink, but that almost looks like something out of Danganronpa. Never used that one before. I'm curious.
사냥 시작.
지금의 기회입니다.
겨우 이 정도야?
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
교정대로
Rosy Dance. At the end of the turn, if at 5 plus sex, take 30 SP damage, gain 2 fragile and 10 bind, and remove this effect. Yeesh.
금방 다녀올게. 한 건 했다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
This one.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
Huh, that's new. After he wrapped those chains around it, I thought he was gonna slam it, use that to swing it around and slam it back into the ground. That would have been way more epic.
행동을 개시합니다.
이건 예상 못한 깔끔하게 물었군.
겨우 이 정도야?
당연한 결과죠.
Well, it's getting rather late. Might as well call it here and raid out. Yeah, let's see if there's anyone else streaming this. Alright. So Cinephon is also streaming Limbus Company. And as always, folks, thank you for watching, and peace I live with you this day and all days.